Z, how's it going? Let's get some work done. Well, we'll do some co-op.
In the early 18th century, a Dutch explorer named Admiral Jacob Roggeveen was sailing across the vast blue expanse of the South Pacific Ocean. He had been on the sea for 17 days, searching the Southern Ocean for a mythical continent known as Terra Australis. And when he saw a small island on the horizon, his heart must have skipped a beat, as Roggeveen recounts in his diary.
There was a great rejoicing among the people, and everyone hoped that this low land might prove to be a foretoken of the unknown southern continent.
But as their ships approached, it became clear that this was no vast continent, only a small island, a dot of land in the middle of the ocean. Nevertheless, Roggeveen was curious, and he ordered his 3 ships to prepare for landing.
Survive.
It was Easter Day,
the end
1722. As the Dutch got closer, it became clear that the island ahead of them was inhabited. They saw smoke rising from the villages along the coast, but it was a seemingly barren land.
We originally, from a further distance, considered Easter Island to be sandy. The reasons for that is that we counted as sand the withered grass, hay, or other scorched and burnt vegetation, because its wasted appearance could give no other impression than of a singular poverty and barrenness.
As they sailed closer, the island's inhabitants
Dark Souls
came out on canoes to meet them, greeting them with friendly astonishment. This was much like other islands that Roggeveen had visited before, but when he got ashore, what he found on this island amazed him. Along the beaches, lined up in rows with their backs to the sea, was a line of stone statues. They were carved from black volcanic stone, some of them standing 10 meters high, wearing crowns of red sandstone. But Roggeveen and his men couldn't understand how these statues had got there.
Shower, okay.
The stone images at first sort of struck us. We couldn't comprehend.
Oh shit, the host died.
We were devoid of heavy, thick timber for making any machines, as well as strong ropes. Nevertheless, had been able to erect such images which were fully 30 feet high and thick in proportion.
Roggeveen and his men didn't stay long. They soon set sail away from the island and on across the Pacific. But the remarkable image stayed with them, when so little building material seemed available to them. Why had they built so many? And if such an advanced civilization had once lived on this island, where on earth had it vanished to? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what do they
level
have
this
in
character
common?
past 90.
What led to their fall?
Let's go
And
get
what
like
did it
max
feel like to be a person
mana
alive at the
on this
time
build.
who witnessed the end of their world? In this
So,
episode,
38.
I want to tell the story of one of
38
archaeology's
mind.
most enduring puzzles, the mystery of Easter Island. I want to
This will be my
explore
DLC
why
character.
it's not actually much of a mystery at all. I want to examine how this unique community grew up in complete isolation, how it survived the tests of centuries against overwhelming odds, and I want to take you through the evidence about what happened to finally bring this society and its enormous statues crashing down. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of Earth's oceans. At over 165 million square kilometers, it covers 1/3 of the Earth's total surface. It's so vast that if you were to look at Earth from outer space, it's just about possible to position yourself so that only the Pacific Ocean is visible, and you could imagine that you were looking at a planet completely composed of water. But the Pacific is not an unbroken sea. Across its blue expanse, there are over 25,000 islands of varying size, many of them thrown up by volcanic eruptions that burst from the lively tectonics of the Pacific Plate. Easter Island is at the eastern corner of an area we call the Polynesian Triangle, a vast region of the Pacific Ocean broken by over 1,000 volcanic islands. And Easter Island itself is a loosely triangular shape too, made up of 3 extinct volcanoes at each of its points. The largest of these volcanoes is called Terravaka. It's a young volcano, bursting out of the sea less than 400,000 years ago, its lava gushing out and raising a peak that looms half a kilometer above the ocean. When it first erupted, Terravaka's lava pooled so that it joined up 2 older volcanoes on either side of it, and the landmass that today we call Easter Island was born. The people who have lived on Easter Island for centuries call it by the name Tepito Ote Henua, which translates literally to the center of the world. Other names for it are translated as the land's end or fragment of the earth, and today's Polynesians call the island Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui is a small island, only about 24 kilometers end to end and 12 kilometers wide, and it's one of the most remote and isolated places on
Give me a second, I want to make some tea. Pretty thirsty. Okay, I'm back.
Earth. From the coast of Easter Island, it would take 3,200 kilometers to reach the nearest continent of South America, about the distance from Paris to Damascus. And even the nearest inhabited island is over 2,000 kilometers away. The Polynesians who first settled the island arrived from the west. Sometime before the year 3000 BC, they had left the mainland of the Asian continent, and since that time, these hardy sailors had perfected their craft until they were the most successful ocean-going settlers in history. They built large, sturdy canoes with 2 hulls. In fact, effectively 2 canoes joined by a deck and with 2 masts with sails. The catamaran design of these ships was incredibly sophisticated, and in fact they looked like a modern sailing boat used for racing. They were both stable and fast, and they allowed the Polynesians to gradually settle the entire Pacific Ocean. These early settlers navigated the oceans without any physical navigation devices. They knew the stars well enough that they could make astonishing calculations about latitude and longitude using only the night sky. And they didn't write this detailed knowledge down, but used only songs and stories to memorize the properties and positions of the stars, islands, and known sea routes. The Polynesians also used the natural world as an aid to their navigation. They followed the flight paths of seabirds like the black tern, and this ancient Polynesian sailor's song shows the significance of these birds.
The black tern is my bird in whom my eyes are gifted with unbounded vision.
These epic voyages were all the more impressive because the winds in the South Pacific blow westwards, against the direction of the Polynesians' expansion. To travel these vast distances against the winds, the explorers developed a sailing technique known as tacking, where the craft zigzags against a prevailing wind in order to catch some forward motion. And storms in the Pacific could be deadly to these early explorers. It's been recorded that when a severe typhoon struck, these sailors had a method of surviving that seems unthinkable to a modern sailor. They would actually purposefully flood the hulls of their canoes, and because the wooden hulls provided enough flotation, the ship would stay afloat. But with most of its body submerged, it would survive being buffeted about in the gale-force winds. While the storm went on, the sailors would climb inside their flooded hulls, keeping their heads above water, and wait for the winds to pass. There has long been a debate about when exactly these intrepid Polynesian adventurers arrived on Easter Island. It was long assumed that they had arrived sometime in the 4th or 5th centuries, but studies of the islanders' language and radiocarbon dating recently revised that estimate to somewhere around the 8th century, and even more modern analysis has pushed that date forward even further. Many scientists today believe that Rapa Nui wasn't settled until sometime around the year 1200 AD. At this time around the world, the Mongol armies of Genghis Khan were finalizing their conquest of northern China. The notorious Fourth Crusade, headed for Jerusalem, instead sacked and burned the Christian capital of Constantinople. An exotic import from Arabia, called sugar, was mentioned for the first time in an English text. And on the other side of the world, in the middle of the vast expanse of the Pacific, a small band of Polynesian sailors landed their boats on the shores of a new land. An ancient piece of Rapa Nui folklore credits the settlement of the island to a Polynesian king called Hotu Matua.
In Hiva, Hau Maka had a dream.
The
in
lag
which his spirit
almost
travelled
killed me.
to a
Oh,
far
the
country,
host fell.
looking for a new home for his king, Hotu. His spirit arrived at 3 small islands, and another with a larger one with a crater on the southwest corner. The island was the 8th or last island in the dim twilight of the rising sun. The spirit travelled counterclockwise around the island, naming 28 places, including Anakena, a landing place on the north coast of the island and future residence of the king. When Hau Maka awoke, he told his brother Huatava about the dream. After hearing about the dream, Hotu Matua ordered Haumaka to send some young men to explore the island. Hotu Matua told his 2 sons to build a canoe and search for the island of Haumaka's dream. So the 7 men left in a canoe, stocked with yams, sweet potatoes, bananas, and other foods. They left on the 25th day of April and arrived on the 1st day of June, a voyage of 5 weeks.
These settlers brought everything that was required for the traditional Polynesian lifestyle. They brought their most crucial foods: bananas, a root vegetable called taro with broad elephant ear leaves, as well as sweet potatoes and sugarcane. They also brought saplings of the paper mulberry tree, the fibers of which they used to weave clothes. And they brought animals with them too, although only those small enough to be transported. They brought chickens, and also the Polynesian rat, which was an everyday food for common people. This was an entire ecological system in waiting, packed up in the hulls of their canoes, optimized for transport and ready to be transplanted to a new land. Hotu Matua may not have realized it, but his arrival on Easter Island was of profound significance, not just for him and his people, but for all of mankind. That's because Easter Island was the final stop on a journey of 60,000 years that had taken mankind out of Africa, through Asia and onto the Americas. The final chapter of this journey was the gradual colonization of the Polynesian islands, and Easter Island was the furthest and final piece of uninhabited land. Mankind's journey out of Africa ended on the shores of Easter Island, and with that step, a new phase of humanity's history began. I think it's worth noting at this point that apart from the evidence we can find in the archaeological record, we have essentially 2 sources of information about the history of Easter Island, and each of them has their problems. Firstly, there are the accounts of European visitors to the island, like the Dutchman Roggeveen. These accounts come down to us either in the form of ship's logs, or in the form of memoirs written down when these explorers returned to their homelands. The biggest problem for researchers of Rapa Nui's history is that these early visitors to the island left behind accounts that are extremely limited in their content and their reliability, and that sometimes directly contradict each other. Most of them stayed for only a few days. They rarely wandered far from their landing spot, and they commented little on the culture, language, or society of the islanders. In the debate that has raged over what happened on Easter Island, many writers have tried to use a selective reading of these accounts in order to support their own favoured argument, and that's something we should be very careful about as we go forward and assess the evidence. But these written records do provide us with some useful information. At times, as you'll see, they give us fixed points in time around which we can build our story. The second source of information is the oral folklore of the islanders themselves. This was passed down by word of mouth through the generations, often in the form of songs and stories. And this can give us a wonderful sense of how the islanders view their own history and their own sense of identity. But this source of information can also be very difficult to rely on when trying to sort historical fact from fiction. The different strands of the island's folklore is also often extremely contradictory, and the reason for that isn't hard to imagine. Detailed observations of these songs and stories weren't written down until the 1880s, and by that time the culture of Rapa Nui had already undergone drastic change. By this point, they had been in contact with the outside world for more than 150 years, and their population was reduced to a tiny fraction of what it had once been. Now, only a few survivors passed down the stories they remembered, and, to add another level of confusion, these stories were written down by early European explorers, who may have mistranslated, as well as added and embellished elements that didn't exist in the original. One example of this is the question of the name of the island's first king, who we've already mentioned, Hotu Matua. But his name is so similar to the folk hero of another nearby island, Mangareva, that some researchers have questioned whether this name isn't a foreign import to Easter Island. And if we can't trust this important detail to have been faithfully transmitted, perhaps we can't be too sure about the rest. These stories, refracted through these various mirrors, are now connected to the true facts of the distant past by only the most fragile of threads. This is all to make it very clear to you that the history of Easter Island is not even close to being a settled matter, and it often relies on fragmentary and contradictory evidence. Today, new research has begun to challenge the familiar narrative we've all grown up with, and we will have to deal with a lot of uncertainty as we forge ahead through the tragic story of this most remarkable island. According to tradition, the first Polynesian settlers arrived on Easter Island at a point called Anakena, a white coral sand beach on the north of the island that forms a natural harbour. And it's worth mentioning that the landscape these first settlers would have seen was very different to the one we see today on Rapa Nui. The bare grassy slopes first spied by Roggeveen in the 18th century, and which we know from images today, would have been nowhere to be seen. In fact, they would have been covered by a thick forest of tropical palm trees. If you dig down into the earth of Easter Island today, you can still see the hollow moulds left by the roots of these trees. Studies of these root moulds, as well as pollen analysis, shows that when humans arrived on Rapa Nui, the island was home to over 21 species of trees. Some of these were large, including at least 3 which grew up to 15 meters or more. One species of palm tree, the Easter Island or Rapa Nui palm, may even have been among the largest species of palm tree in the world. This now extinct tree, known as Pascalococcus, seems to have once been the most numerous species on the island, and its closest relative today, Jubea chilensis, or the Chilean wine palm, can reach heights of over 25 meters, its bulbous trunk the thickest in the world, reaching a diameter of more than a meter. The soil of Easter Island has never been rich, but the forest would have provided a small amount of food for the new settlers. Palm nuts and fruits too, along with the birds in the trees that could be trapped. Luckily for archaeologists, the sand of Anakena Beach, the site of that first settlement, is particularly good at preserving bone and human remains. Because of this, skeletons examined here have given scientists insight into the lives of the ancient Rapa Nui. Studies have shown that as well as these plant crops, people supplemented their diet with a mix of marine animals, including dolphins they trapped in the Bay of Anakena, seals, sea turtles, and fish that they caught with hooks carved from bone. In fact, bone chemistry analysis has shown that the people here got about half of their diet from the sea. They cooked all of these foods in earth ovens known as umu, cavities dug into the ground, which then had burning grass and leaves placed on top of them so that the heat radiated downwards. These people were ingenious and inherited knowledge from their ancestors. They made textiles from the fibers of the paper mulberry tree and spun rope from a tree known as the how tree. And with this healthy and diverse mix of foodstuffs and resources, their settlement became incredibly successful. From there, using slash and burn agricultural methods, the original settlers spread quickly across the small landmass of the island, and they soon began to clear the forest in order to plant their crops, until the whole of Rapa Nui was fully populated with around 3,000 people. Slowly, that primeval palm forest began to disappear from Easter Island. I think at this point, it's worth running you through that traditional story of what happened on Easter Island. It has been the dominant narrative about this island for decades, perhaps even centuries. It was begun by early European explorers, propagated by Victorian and 20th century anthropologists, and finally popularized by authors like the popular science writer Jared Diamond, and you might find it familiar. In this narrative, the inhabitants of Easter Island were the architects of their own demise. The story goes that their population boomed until the island could no longer support it. They cut down their trees to use as firewood, for construction material, and to use as rollers to transport their enormous statues. The loss of trees on the island resulted in an ecological collapse that destroyed the fertility of the soil, and the productive potential of the island fell apart. Along with the collapse of the island's ecology, the complex and centralized society that had built the hundreds of stone statues on the coast began to collapse too. Resources became scarce, starvation ran rampant, and this led to a period of violent civil war. Shortly before the arrival of the Europeans in 1722, the whole of Rapa Nui society had come apart, and only a few thousand survivors were left. Jared Diamond, perhaps the greatest champion of this theory today, puts it bluntly.
In just a few centuries, the people of Easter Island wiped out their forests, drove their plants and animals to extinction, and saw their complex society spiral into chaos.
This story has a widespread appeal for a number of reasons. In the latter half of the 20th century, as we became increasingly concerned about our own society's destructive impact on our environment, the story of Easter Island became irresistible as an example of the fate that might befall us if we fail to respect the environment around us. And the stone statues too have proved irresistible as emblems of human folly, our desire to always build bigger and better than our neighbors. In his book, Jared Diamond even makes the comparison to his neighbors in Hollywood building ever bigger and better mansions in an effort to prove their status. The islanders were so obsessed with these statues, the narrative goes, that they cut down all their trees to transport them. This single-minded obsession drove them to starvation, then cannibalism, and finally to the edge of extinction. But there are a number of problems with this narrative, a number of seriously questionable assumptions. And over the course of this episode, I'm going to try to unpick 3 of the most glaring of these assumptions, so that you can assess the evidence for yourself. Firstly, there's the assumption that the Easter Islanders deforested their island due to greed, overpopulation, or even a maniacal obsession with statue building. Secondly, there's the assumption that the loss of the forest led to a societal collapse. And thirdly, there's the assumption that Easter Island society collapsed at all, at least before contact with the outside world. As we'll see, each of these assumptions has significant problems. And once we've dealt with them, we can get down to what actually happened to decimate the islanders of Rapa Nui, to strip the island of its plant life, and to leave those famous stone statues mouldering on the lone grassy hills of Easter Island. Virtually as soon as they arrived on the island, probably around the year 1200, the islanders began carving the monuments that would one day make them famous around the world. Stone statues are common on islands across the Polynesian world, but no other island can compete with the size of the Easter Island statues, or with the incredible number carved. These statues are called moai. The moai are known for their large, broad noses and strong chins, along with rectangle-shaped ears and deep eye slits. For the Easter Islanders, these statues were what they called Aringa Ora Ata Tepuna, that is, the living faces of the holy ancestors. These are stone representations of the islanders that have gone before. Of the moai that were successfully moved into place, the vast majority stand on the coast of the island, on monolithic stone platforms called ahu. While most people's eyes are drawn by the statues, these ahu are themselves impressive undertakings. They are built of enormous stones, cut so precisely that they fit together in a perfect jigsaw, with not even enough room to fit a razor blade between the stones. The largest of them, Ahu Tongariki, holds 15 moai, lined up in perfect order. Nearly all moai stand with their backs to the sea, staring inland over the fields and hills of Rapa Nui with their deep, expressive eyes. Almost all of the statues are carved from a volcanic stone known as tuff. Tuff is formed when ash from a volcanic eruption falls thickly on the ground and is then slowly compacted into solid rock. Tuff is relatively soft and easy to carve, so it has been used for construction since ancient times. It commonly occurs in Italy, for instance, and the Romans often used it in their buildings. Most of the moai statues were carved in a quarry on the outer cliff edge of the Rano Raraku crater. This quarry is an eerie sight today. Here and there, the faces of half-finished giants still peer out of the stone. The Rano Raraku crater is 700 meters across, formed of ash and volcanic tuff, thrown up in an ancient explosion and ringed by cliffs 160 meters high. The wide volcanic bowl is one of the 3 places on Easter Island where fresh water pools to form a lake. Here a kind of bulrushes called totora grow on the water's edge, nodding in the breeze, and the Rapa Nui people once collected them to weave thatched roofs for their houses. But it's on the outer slopes of the crater's cliffs that the truly important activity took place. Here, the islanders chipped their statues directly from the bedrock, using a kind of stone chisel known as a toki that was made of dense basalt, perfectly suited for carving the softer volcanic tuff. This would have been incredibly slow work. Work that might take a modern craftsman with a steel chisel 1 hour might take an Easter Islander with a stone toki a whole day or 2 days to complete. And although estimates vary, it's thought that an entire statue could take over a year for a team of 12 people to carve. One fascinating aspect of this quarry is that there are a huge number of incomplete moai abandoned here, 397 in total. That's nearly half of the island's total population of 887, and this shows just how difficult the carving of these statues was. These abandoned moai have been discarded for different reasons, some more obvious than others. On some statues, it's clear that the workmen discovered a seam of hard rock somewhere on the moai's body, which would have been virtually impossible to carve with their stone tools. Others have obvious flaws or cracks in them, while some moai have fallen over while raising them. Other moai simply seem to have been too ambitious in size. The largest of these, nicknamed El Gigante, is nearly 22 meters in height. That's twice the height of a telephone pole or the size of a 6-story building. El Gigante, still lying on his back in the cliff face, is almost twice the size of any moai ever completed. This enormous statue would have weighed an estimated 270 tons, and it's hard to imagine how the islanders ever intended to move it. We might imagine an ambitious ancient craftsman overseeing the carving of this vast statue, determined to create the largest moai that the island has ever seen. Or perhaps, as we'll find out later, the islanders believed they had to summon a truly enormous protective spirit to defend their island against a threat. To get a sense for how these people must have felt about these statues, let's imagine ourselves into the role of a team of Moai carvers during the golden age of Rapa Nui statue carving. The work would have been slow and painstaking, but it would also have carried a great deal of responsibility. While you were carving a Moai, you weren't working in the fields, and so your community was investing in your work. There must have been a lot of pride tied up in the creation of these statues too. Before the carving could even begin, there would likely have been ceremonies and rites that had to take place, chants and incantations designed to summon the protective spirit of the ancestor to inhabit the stone. There's an apocryphal quote often attributed to the sculptor Michelangelo.
Every block of stone has a statue inside it, and it is the task of the sculptor to discover it.
Whether or not he actually said this must have been something like what the people of Rapa Nui felt as the months passed, and the great statue, its head and arms and body, slowly materialized from the cliff face in front of them. The days would have been hard. Many traditional Rapa Nui working songs survive today, and we can imagine the workers singing while they chipped away at the cliff. One surviving folk song even derives its rhythm from the striking together of two stones, emulating the sounds of the Toki tools napping away at the statue.
Here it is, recorded especially for this podcast by children from the Toki School of Music on Easter Island.
The workers' hands must have been covered in the blackish dust of the stone, and they would take breaks to eat meals of sweet potato and taro, along with the chicken baked white in earth ovens nearby. After much arduous work, the whole outline of the Moai would be carved out. They would then deepen the cuts and hollow out the cliff behind the statue too, clambering into the narrow space and lying on their bellies as they carved. But even with the back carved out, the statue would still be attached to the bedrock below, with a narrow keel that ran the length of its spine. And so, the final and most painstaking stage of the process would begin. They would gather up stones and earth in order to support the Moai so that it didn't fall, and then this spine of stone would slowly be chipped away. It must have been an incredible moment when that last stone umbilical cord was cut. It was the culmination of so much time and sweat, of course, but it must have sent shivers down their spines too, as the great statue of their ancestor broke free of its stony slumber and was finally filled with a living spirit. It's likely that more ceremonies surrounded this moment, the chanting of holy men who wore white plugs in their ears, and the beating of drums. Over what must have been days, the Moai was edged clear of its quarry resting place, with huge teams of workers pulling ropes spun from the hau tree. When the statue was clear, they slid it down the grassy slope of the volcano, so that it could be stood upright at the bottom of the slope. This was one of the most dangerous parts of the Moai's journey, as the great number of cracked and abandoned statues on the slope below the quarry shows us. They look like an army of stony wanderers marching down from the volcano. And somewhat ironically, these abandoned statues, buried up to their necks in the refuse from the quarry, form some of the most iconic images of Easter Island today, more familiar to the layman than the completed ones that stand on the ahu platforms on the coast. This is why people talk about the stone heads of Easter Island, ignoring the fact that most of the Moai have bodies. At the bottom of the hill, the workmen would raise the Moai up to a standing position, so they could finish carving the details on its back, using soft pumice to wear it smooth. And then they would prepare to transport the statue into its final resting place on its ahu. The carvers could wipe the sweat from their foreheads and share congratulations. But this was just the beginning of another long and arduous chapter in the Moai's journey. At this point, I think it's worth noting that we don't actually know for sure how the ancient islanders moved these vast statues. This question was something that obsessed early visitors to the island. They looked around at the seemingly barren landscape of Rapa Nui, at its grassy slopes seemingly devoid of large trees, and asked how a people without metal tools, pulleys or wheels could transport nearly 500 of these vast statues. The largest successfully transported moai, nicknamed Paro, was 10 meters tall, which is longer than a London bus. It's estimated that this statue weighed about 82 tons, heavier than a Boeing 737 aircraft when fully loaded with passengers and fuel. And the ancient islanders would sometimes transport these statues for distances of 20 kilometers across the island's rough, undulating terrain. It's a question that has been asked of the islanders since Europeans first arrived. How did your ancestors move these statues? And for a long time, the islanders would always give the same reply. They would simply say, they walked. Foreign visitors would always roll their eyes at this answer. They assumed this must be a piece of local folklore, a kind of magical thinking that imagined the statues to be the living spirits of the ancestors. Some may even have thought that the Rapa Nui were making fun of them. But researchers today have discovered that there may be more truth to this legend than it seems. Early archaeologists believed that the Rapa Nui moved the great stone statues into place using logs as rollers. In 1998, archaeologist Jo Ann van Tilburg successfully tested this theory, using a large number of hardwood rollers to transport a statue for a short distance. But recent research has cast doubt on this theory and proposed an incredible alternate possibility. And the key to discovering how the statues were actually moved lies in the ones that never made it to their intended locations. Littered across Easter Island are the sad shapes of statues that broke during their transportation. Only about a fifth of the moai ever carved would reach their destination on the Ahu platforms, and these total about 200. The rest, some 700 more, were either abandoned in the quarry or along the roads. Stone heads are cracked from bodies, decapitated statues lie mouldering and moss-covered in the long grass. For the ancient islanders, this must have been a heart-rending sight. A whole team had worked for a year or more, then successfully slid this statue down the slope of the volcano. Then, somewhere along its journey, it had cracked, and the broken statue would have to be abandoned by the side of the road. These so-called road moai have a number of interesting features. For instance, we know that the islanders waited to carve the eyes of the moai until the statues were in place on their platforms. This may have had a ceremonial purpose, which has parallels around the world. For instance, in Sri Lanka, when new statues of the Buddha are built, the eyes are always the last part to be painted, and only the painter is allowed in the shrine room while doing their work. But a team of archaeologists led by Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo also found something else interesting about these abandoned statues. They noticed that when abandoned road moai were found on uphill paths, they usually lay on their backs, and when the cracked statues were abandoned on downhill paths, they usually lay on their fronts. On flat ground, it was more like 50-50. And so a theory began to emerge. Is it possible that the statues were transported upright? Once this detail had been noticed, other details about the road moai seemed to fall into place. For instance, the road moai had bulkier lower halves and rounder bellies.
Yeah?
This had puzzled archaeologists for a long time, but Hunt and Lipo's theory seemed to make sense of this. The islanders were designing the moai in two phases. In the first, the transportation phase, the moai were bottom heavy like a bowling pin. and once it had been rocked into place on its platform, it was then carved into its more slender and elegant final shape. And so Lipo and Hunt proposed that the statues were rocked back and forth by teams of islanders with ropes, so that the statues actually seemed to walk over the ground. Their team caused an international sensation when they were able to successfully walk a scale model of a moai cast in
I don't know.
concrete,
Which flag?
rocking
I
back
can't
and
tell.
forth along the road
Probably dead already.
with 3 teams holding ropes. In this way,
Fucking beast.
the statue could literally walk down the path, just as the ancient folklore recounted. The team managed to move the statue at a rate of about 100 meters in an hour, meaning it could have walked around a kilometer in a day. If this is indeed how the statues were moved, it must have been an incredible sight to see. The tallest moai weighed over 80 tons, and each one of the statue's footsteps would have thundered on the earth, so that it really seemed like a giant was stamping its way towards the platform. There would have likely been a huge amount of ceremonial activity around the walking of these statues too. People coming from all over the island to watch, singing and dancing and all kinds of activity.
I might die here.
For the days
The
and
lag.
weeks it took to transport
the
one of
host
these
is dead
statues,
already.
it would have really felt like a god had come down to earth. I love the romance and imagination behind Lipo and Hunt's theory, and I think they build a convincing case that this was indeed how the statues were moved. But you might ask, well, why does it matter how the statues were moved? Isn't this a minor detail of the story of this society's collapse? Well, actually, this question has come to take on an enormous significance for the mystery of what happened on Easter Island. The traditional narrative, if you remember, was that the Rapa Nui Islanders became so obsessed with building their statues that they destroyed their environment to do so. The islanders cut down all their trees, the theory says, in order to use as scaffolds and rollers to transport them. If this was the case, then each statue must have taken hundreds, if not thousands of trees to transport, and this seemed the obvious answer to why the island was so deforested, why its ecology collapsed and its society followed. But if Lipo and Hunt were correct, and the statues were walked into place, then very little wood was needed, and the whole narrative of the moai causing the collapse of the island's ecology comes into question. And so, the whole mystery of Easter Island seems to hinge on this question of whether the statues rolled or whether they walked. So what do we know about the loss of trees on Easter Island?
I'm surprised no one decided
One
to
thing
like check
we
the
can say for
bottoms
sure,
of these statues to check
The
for
subtropical
walking.
palm forest that the first settlers
evidence
found
of
on the
walking.
island wouldn't long survive the arrival of humans. One of the earliest casualties of this deforestation was the largest of the island's trees, the Rapa Nui palm. If we want to guess at how this enormous tree grew, we can look at its closest surviving relative, the Chilean wine palm. This tree takes 50 years to reach its full height, and until then it doesn't produce a single fruit. This slow-growing and slow-reproducing tree would have been one of the most affected by the arrival of humans. Some theorists, Jared Diamond included, have argued that the Easter Island palm would have been in high demand for use as rollers to transport the giant moai across the island. But experiments have found that the palm would have been exceptionally badly suited for this job. The hard outer shell of the palm trunk conceals a soft center that would have been instantly crushed beneath the heavy stone statues. Diamond has even argued that the palm may have been cut down
The
in order
host
to
has
build
died.
large canoes. But nowhere else in Polynesia are canoes built from palm trunks, and they would be very unsuitable for this purpose. So what did happen to Easter Island's trees? Well, undoubtedly, much of the forest was cut down by humans. But they didn't do this unconsciously or foolishly. They did it for the same reason that people in Iceland or England cut down their forests, because they were farmers. The Rapa Nui, like all Polynesians, farmed energy-rich foods like sweet potatoes, taro and sugarcane. These abundant foods were vastly more productive than whatever food they could have gathered from the forest. So much of this deforestation was controlled and conscious, and actually improved the quality of these people's lives. But that isn't to say there wasn't an ecological collapse on Easter Island. Pollen analysis shows that virtually all large trees were lost from the island within a matter of centuries, and by far the largest factor appears to have been something very small. That's one of the animal companions that the original settlers brought with them, the Polynesian rat. Wherever these Pacific explorers went, they brought animals with them. Each Polynesian island got some combination of these 4 animals: pigs, dogs, chickens, and rats. On Rapa Nui, only rats and chickens were introduced. Some argued that these rats may have stowed away on the canoes, just as they do on larger vessels. But rat has actually been a foodstuff that Polynesians have relied on throughout history. It was never a delicacy, and seems to have been considered a food of the common people, as rat bones are rarely found in the rubbish dumps of high-status houses. However, they were a good and reliable source of protein on long voyages. I can't speak to personal experience, but accounts I've read say that rat tastes oily and gamey, a little like rabbit. And another advantage to this source of food is that rats reproduce incredibly quickly. Once the Polynesian rat was introduced to Easter Island, its spread would have been unstoppable. The millions of giant palm trees covering the island would have provided them with an almost unlimited supply of their favorite food, palm nuts. Recent lab studies have shown that the reproductive potential of rats under these ideal conditions can be enormous. In fact, the rat population could have doubled every 47 days until they reached a population of up to 3 million, and the island was completely overrun. The rats would have quickly eaten the seeds and palm nuts from the trees, preventing the forest from regenerating. In Anakena Beach and certain caves, archaeologists have found the earliest remnants of palm nut shells, showing the tooth marks of rats. As well as damaging the forests, rats would also have eaten the eggs of seabirds, finishing off those the islanders hadn't trapped and eaten. And since the seabirds fertilized the soil with their droppings, this would have spelled disaster for the biodiversity of Easter Island. But the question is, did this loss of trees cause a societal collapse on Rapa
God,
Nui?
geez, it scared the shit out of
And
me.
the answer to that question is almost certainly
Not
not.
expecting that.
This isn't to say that the loss of palm forest on Rapa Nui didn't present a number of challenges to the islanders. By around the year 1650, pollen studies show that the deforestation of Easter Island was complete. Without tree cover, the ocean winds could now blow right across the island. The wind and storms threatened to blow away the topsoil, and salt spray from the sea effectively salted the earth in coastal regions, damaging the soil further. But in all cases, the Rapa Nui Islanders reacted to these challenges with ingenuity and creativity. They transformed their island not into a desolate wasteland, but into an astonishingly effective system of gardens, orchards, and farmland. In fact, archaeologists have found evidence of areas of the island where the islanders planted groves of palm trees and cultivated them. And around this time, they also began farming using a technique known as rock mulching. This involved laying rock beds around the island, which prevented the soil from washing or blowing away. It also reduced the amount of water evaporated by the sun and increased the amount of nutrients available to growing plants, as the rainwater flowed over the rocks and carried minerals to their roots. Rock mulching has been used by cultures around the world who live in harsh, water-poor environments. It's been observed in the Negev desert in Israel, the pebbled fields of Langzhou in China, the ash fields of the Canary Islands, and the fields of the Anasazi culture in New Mexico. And the Rapa Nui set about the task of rock mulching with the same great energy that they used to carve and transport the moai. They would ultimately cover half the landmass of their island in rock gardens of this kind. It was an enormous task. It's been calculated that over the 400 years that the practice was engaged in, it would have taken over 150 men working daily to construct these vast assemblages made up of billions of stones. And there's strong evidence that the Rapa Nui people also took advantage of the deep underground caverns of the island. The caves of Easter Island were formed by lava tubes, which developed during the volcanic eruptions that raised the islands out of the sea. When lava flows out of the mouth of a volcano, it forms vast underground rivers as the lava on the surface cools and hardens into rock. When the eruption ends and the lava stops flowing, the tubes drain their lava, leaving enormous caverns that look as though a monstrous worm has eaten its way through the rock. These tubes are as wide as a subway tunnel, and Easter Island has one of the largest systems of volcanic caves in the world. The islanders' relationship with these caves goes back to the first known moment of their history, as this piece of Rapa Nui folklore about King Hotumatua shows.
The explorers went to the west side of the island and discovered a surfing spot. They rowed away to the right and called the place where they landed Hangaroa. They rowed away to the left and landed at Pina Iti. They caught more waves, then went ashore and rested in a cave at Pupakakina.
Some of these caves can stretch for 3 or 4 round gardens where they could grow sweet potatoes and yams to
we're
supplement their
back.
diet. They also constructed circular rock walls called manavai that could be as much as 6 feet tall and where they could grow a variety of crops. These kept plants safe from the destructive elements of the weather, reduced the amount of water runoff, and concentrated nutrients. Archaeologists have identified over 2,500 of these rock gardens around the island, but this is likely only a fraction of the original number. Studies have shown that even today, with no active maintenance being done on them, these rings of rock are still operating as designed by the ancient gardeners. Levels of phosphorus and potassium, crucial minerals for plants, are much higher inside the manavai than outside, with the concentrations being sometimes 2 or 3 times as high. Simply put, with their rock gardening techniques, the Rapa Nui were able to make the land much more productive after the forest was cleared than it was before. Some of this great agricultural potential is hinted at in the accounts of the first Dutch sailors to land on the island, although I will once again caution about trusting too much in these accounts. Although Roggeveen believed Rapa Nui to be a treeless, sandy wasteland from a distance, when he actually landed on the island, he was surprised to find it a productive landscape.
We found it not only not sandy, but on the contrary, exceedingly fruitful, producing bananas, potatoes, sugarcane of remarkable thickness, and many other kinds of the fruits of the earth. This place, as far as its rich soil and good climate are concerned, is such that it might be made into an earthly paradise.
Another of Roggeveen's officers, a man named Carl Friedrich Behrens, seems also to contradict this account of a treeless island, and reported on a wide variety of uses the islanders had for palm leaves.
They gave us palm branches as peace offerings. Their houses were set up on wooden stakes, daubed over with luting and covered with palm leaves.
In fact, Behrens paints a remarkably positive impression of the island overall.
This island is a suitable and convenient place at which to obtain refreshment, as all the country is under cultivation and we saw in the distance whole tracts of woodland.
And Roggeveen himself also witnessed cultivated groves of fruit trees on the island.
It was now deemed advisable to go to the other side of the island, the principal place of their plantations and fruit trees, for all the things they brought to us of that kind were fetched from that quarter.
So here, a relatively clear picture is beginning to emerge. We can say for sure that the arrival of humans on Rapa Nui resulted in the disappearance of most of its forest. But this is true of virtually every forested island on Earth after the arrival of people. And no one has yet been able to draw a clear causative link between the loss of the forest on Rapa Nui and the collapse of so-called complex society. In fact, studies done on the skeletons of islanders from around this time showed that they suffered from less malnutrition than the average European. This all seems to be backed up by Roggeveen's account of his first visit to the island. It's clear from his account that when he arrived, the Rapa Nui islanders weren't starving. They didn't make any attempt to beg for food from the newcomers. In fact, they were much more interested in the Europeans' hats. And one brave islander even climbed through a porthole on Roggeveen's ship to steal a tablecloth. But there's no account of them stealing the Europeans' food. In fact, it was the Dutch, malnutritioned on a diet of salt meat and hard tack after weeks at sea, who begged the islanders for food, giving them cloth and linen in exchange for 60 chickens and 30 bunches of bananas. None of this sounds like the behavior of a people living on the edge of starvation. With multiple abundant sources of food, alongside the efficient use of the land around them, archaeological and written evidence begins to make that popular scenario of starvation and even cannibalism look patently absurd. Part and parcel of the starvation narrative is the assumption that the society of the island descended into a period of brutal conflict, once resources ran scarce. But if resources were abundant, can we also question this assumption? The folklore of the islanders does record a period of warfare, after which the Moai building culture faded into obscurity. But as we've seen, this folklore can be unreliable at the best of times. Much more reliable is the archaeological record. And when a period of conflict occurs in such an environment, the evidence is usually hard to miss. One great example of this is the island of Fiji, another Pacific island 7,000 kilometers away. In Fiji, archaeologists have found the remains of strong hilltop forts and fortified towns, all pointing to a period of warfare. In Hawaii, it's well documented that chiefs fought each other in large battles featuring hundreds of warriors armed with clubs. The signs of war in the archaeological record aren't difficult to spot. Increased number of weapons, increased building of defensive structures, and skeletal remains that bear the marks of violence. First, let's look at the evidence of weapons on Rapa Nui. The islanders did make blades from the black volcanic glass obsidian. Obsidian forms in the vents of volcanic eruptions, when lava reaches the surface and cools quickly, forming a glassy material that is brittle but has exceptionally sharp edges. In fact, obsidian blades have been measured to be up to 1,000 times sharper than a steel scalpel. The Rapa Nui gave their blades names depending on their shape. Fishtail, rat spine, banana leaf are some. But studies of these blades have found that their edges were mostly covered in vegetable matter, that's sweet potato and taro, and they were found in the highest concentrations in this picture of conflict. In a historical zone of conflict, we would expect to see skeletons missing their heads, for instance, or skulls with arrowheads inside, broken bones, and bones bearing scratches from blades glancing off them. But studies of skeletal remains on Easter Island have shown that the islanders were in fact remarkable for their mostly peaceful existence. Only around 2% of the skeletons studied have been found to have suffered trauma from blunt and cutting weapons. And this isn't a large proportion of the population. I do think here it's also worth remembering Behrens's observation that the islanders were unarmed when they first came to meet the Dutch explorers. And in the search for defensive structures, archaeologists have also found themselves frustrated. The small Pacific island of Rapa Iti, for instance, is 5 times smaller than Easter Island, and yet it has no fewer than 14 hilltop fortresses. On Rapa Iti, life on the island actually did descend into a nightmare of violence and civil war, and the signs of this are hard to miss. Fortifications on Rapa Iti involve watchtowers and walls, ditches and wooden palisade fences. We find weapons here and human remains bearing the marks of violence. But on Easter Island, no such fortifications exist. One feature known as the Poika Ditch was long assumed to be a defensive structure, but recent investigations have shown that it's actually a natural feature caused by the collision of 2 lava flows. Some walls, built at the entrances to caves, have also been used as evidence of the islanders fortifying themselves, but there's little other evidence of the caves being used as military strongholds, and in fact they seem to be more commonly used as hiding places. So another one of our assumptions about Easter Island has been taken away. Now we're left having to explain how Rapa Nui's culture could actually have been less violent than many other comparable societies, and certainly less violent than any city of Europe at the time. We may never know what decides whether a small community will descend into a violent hell like Rapa Iti, or whether they will work together to maintain the peace like on Rapa Nui. Some have suggested that the Rapa Nui Islanders, all descended from that first colonization attempt, would have had many family relations between tribes, and so it may have been unthinkable to escalate conflict beyond the occasional feud or skirmish. When a rival chief is also the husband of your wife's sister's aunt, for instance, you might try to avoid excessive conflict and reach for peaceful compromises. That is, if you want to avoid a frosty atmosphere at your dinner table. On a small island, word travels fast, and it doesn't pay to be viewed as overly aggressive. Some historians have even argued that the construction of the moai themselves may have helped prevent conflict by allowing the island's different communities to compete for dominance in a non-violent way. And another way this may have occurred is through an incredible ritual known as the Birdman competition. The later history of the island is dominated by the cult of a mysterious figure known as the Tangata Manu, or the Birdman. Cave paintings on Easter Island show this ceremonial figure, with the body of a man but the head and wings of a bird. Each year, the men of Rapa Nui took part in a ceremony that allowed them to become the human embodiment of this figure for the next year. It was a test of strength and daring that is astonishing to even contemplate today. The
I'm gonna take a short break. 10 minutes. Whoa. What happened to Elden Ring? It crashed. Surprise, surprise. Alright, be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Contestants who competed to become the Birdman had a simple enough task. Off the southwest coast of Rapa Nui, there is a small cluster of islands, and one of these is a rocky outcrop known as Motonui, which is home to several species of nesting birds. Among these is the black tern, lead sailors home, and it's not hard to see how they would have assumed a powerful religious significance. The Birdman contest took place in the spring, during the laying season of the black terns. Young men who wanted to become that year's Birdman would have to swim out to the rocky island of Motonui, a distance of about 1 kilometer, through choppy seas and powerful currents. Once they reached the island, they had to climb up through the flocks of cackling seabirds and search through their nests, looking for the first egg of the season. Sometimes they would have to wait there for days. But when they found their precious prize, they had to swim all the way back to Rapa Nui. Then, dripping with cold salt water, they had to climb the sheer 300-meter cliff. The first man to complete this incredible triathlon event would be crowned the Birdman. It's unclear how much power this figure actually had, but in terms of status, there was no higher honor. And allowing men to battle it out in this test of strength every year may have played a role in reducing the violence of the island. So on Easter Island, the evidence seems to suggest that there was no starvation. There was no widespread warfare. And so you might be left asking, did their society even collapse at all? And the answer to that is yes, but not when you think it did. For early European explorers, there was no greater mystery than what they called the riddle of Easter Island. The French seafarer and artist Pierre Loti wrote about it in the 19th century.
There exists in the midst of the great ocean, in a region where nobody goes, a mysterious and isolated island. The island is planted with monstrous great statues, the work of I don't know what race, today degenerate or vanished, its great remains an enigma.
We've actually encountered this kind of thinking a number of times over the course of this series. When European explorers discovered the ruins of past civilizations, they often found it hard to believe that so-called primitive people had a hand in their construction. Whether it's assuming that the ruins of Angkor were built by the Romans, or that the Mayan ruins of Tikal were built by the citizens of Atlantis, European writers have often struggled to believe that the indigenous people of other lands were capable of great constructions. This kind of thinking follows a circular logic. Only a so-called advanced civilization could have built these things. But the people I see living here don't look like an advanced civilization. Therefore, these people can't have built these monuments. The problems with this kind of thinking are obvious. It deceives us into thinking that an advanced civilization can only look like a European civilization, highly centralized and organized. And the very notion of a society being advanced suggests that human progress follows a fixed and inevitable path, and that our way of organizing our societies and economies is the only one. It's this kind of thinking that made early explorers of Easter Island look at the advanced rock mulching techniques of the Rapa Nui people and see only a wasteland scattered with rocks. This belief system found its logical conclusion in the Norwegian adventurer and archaeologist Thor Heyerdahl. Heyerdahl believed that the Polynesian islands had been populated not by Polynesians hopping the islands from the west, but from people from South America, travelling by raft from the east. He also believed, curiously, that these people must have been white to early European visitors wasn't actually a puzzle at all. The stone statues of Easter Island hadn't been built by some vanished ancient culture, but by the people who lived there already, and seemed to those Europeans to be so simple. This idea of a societal collapse happening on Easter Island before contact with the Europeans has survived into our day, even though it has very little basis in fact. But this doesn't mean that a collapse didn't occur on Rapa Nui. In fact, the island would soon undergo one of the most dramatic examples of societal and cultural destruction that can be found in history. But it wasn't because they cut down the trees. There is one event in Easter Island's history that I think encapsulates the complete destruction that would soon rain down on it and its poor, unsuspecting inhabitants. That's the toppling, in only a few years, of every one of the island's statues. For centuries, the islanders had loved and revered the moai that their ancestors had spent generations carving and transporting. And in 1722, the Dutch sailor Barents recounts what he saw of the islanders' devotion to these statues.
They kindle fire in front of certain remarkably tall stone figures they set up, and thereafter, squatting on their heels with heads bowed down, they bring the palms of their hands together and alternately raise and lower them.
But with every subsequent European visitor to the island, this situation seemed to change. On the 15th of November 1770, 48 years after the first European visit, a second arrived. 2 Spanish ships landed there and spent 5 days on the island, performing a very thorough survey of its coast. They renamed the island Isla de San Carlos and claimed it on behalf of King Charles III of Spain. They also ceremoniously erected 3 wooden crosses and a Spanish flag on a hill. And when they explored the island, it seems that all of the 200 erected statues were still standing. But 4 years later, the famous British explorer Captain Cook sailed past the island and found a much different situation. Cook's diary of Thursday the 17th of March 1774 gives his account of the impoverished state of the island.
This is undoubtedly the same island as was seen by Roggeveen in April 1722, although the description given of it by the author of that voyage does by no means correspond with it now. No nation will ever contend for the honour of the discovery of Easter Island, as there is hardly an island in this sea which affords less refreshments and conveniences for shipping than it does. Nature has hardly provided it with anything fit for man to eat or drink, and the natives are but few and plant no more than sufficient for themselves.
If Cook's account is to be believed, the population size of Easter Island also seems to have taken a serious hit.
The inhabitants of this isle, from what we have been able to see of them, do not exceed 600 or 700 souls.
And there's another significant detail too. Cook noted that the islanders now carried weapons when approaching foreign visitors.
Their arms are wooden patapataus and clubs, very much like those of New Zealand, and spears about 6 or 8 feet long, which are pointed at one end with pieces of black flint.
But the final tragic detail is that in the 4 years since the Spanish expedition, virtually all of the standing moai on the island had been toppled over.
On the east side, near the sea, they met with 3 platforms of stonework, or rather the ruins of them. On each had stood 4 of those large statues, but they were all fallen down. All except one were broken by the fall, or in some measure defaced.
The practice of statue toppling is called huri moau in the Rapa Nui language, and it continued into the 1830s. By 1838, every single coastal moai had been taken down. Now the only standing statues were those abandoned on the slopes below the quarry at Ranuraraku. So what happened to make the islanders start to carry weapons? What caused their population to reduce so heavily? And what made them turn so dramatically against their gods? Well, the answer to that may lie in the very event that opened this episode, and which we've returned to a number of times. That's the arrival of 3 Dutch sails on the horizon on Easter Day, 1722. At the sight of the enormous ships dropping anchor some way off the coast, the Easter Islanders gathered on the shore in astonishment. They must have felt how we would feel if a vast alien spaceship were to one day materialize over one of our cities. It must have been a mix of fear and wonder, a sense that the world would never quite be the same again. They selected one of their number, who must have been the bravest of them all. It's not unlikely, I think, that he would have been the winner of the most recent Birdman competition, the island's champion and protector. This man got in his canoe and rowed out to meet the strange vessels, whose white sails must have looked brilliant and dazzling in the sunlight. Perhaps he wouldn't have immediately realized how large they were until he got up close and their prows began to loom over his small canoe. When he approached, he saw that there were men on board, and he waved to them. The Dutch officer, Carl Friedrich Behrens, wrote about this incredible encounter.
During the morning, Captain Booman brought an Easter Islander on board, together with his craft. This hapless creature seemed to be very glad to behold us, and showed the greatest wonder at the build of our ship. He took special notice of the tautness of our spars, the stoutness of our rigging and running gear, the sails, the guns, which he felt all over with minute attention and with everything else that he saw. When the image of his own features was displayed before him in a mirror, he started suddenly back and then looked towards the back of the glass, apparently in the expectation of discovering there the cause of the apparition. After we had sufficiently beguiled ourselves with him, and he with us, we started him off again in his canoe towards the shore.
But this light-hearted encounter conceals a dark truth about Roggeveen's visit. In fact, when Roggeveen and his men went ashore, their visit would turn to tragedy. It's clear from both accounts that the Europeans were nervous when they stepped ashore. They had heard stories of violent encounters with indigenous people, and it's worth noting that the novel Robinson Crusoe had been published only 3 years before, full of garish stories of cannibalism and murder. Despite their guns and cannons, it's clear that the islanders frightened them, and the natural curiosity and boldness of the Rapa Nui people seemed to make matters worse. When the Dutchmen got ashore, the islanders pressed around them, grabbing at their hats and clothes, and even touching the guns they carried. It's not clear which Dutchman shot first, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The Europeans fired into the unarmed crowd of islanders. Their guns were flintlock pistols and rifles that would have sent up puffs of smoke, and the cries of people shot would have rang out, with the smell of gunpowder filling the air. Behrens recounts what happened next, as he recognized a familiar face among the murdered islanders.
Many of them were shot at this juncture, and among the slain lay the man who had been with us before, at which we were much grieved. In order to obtain possession of the bodies, they congregated in great numbers, bringing with them presents of various kinds of fruits and vegetables, in order that we might the more readily surrender to them their slain. The consternation of these people was by no means abated. Even with their children's children in that place will, in times to come, be able to recount the story of it.
We can assume that what Behrens said is true. The The story of this violent encounter must have reverberated through the history of the Rapa Nui people. It would have destabilized their ancient beliefs and rocked their very sense of the world around them. Remember that Behrens mentions that the islanders didn't have any weapons at this point, that they only prayed to their gods for protection. Now imagine what would happen to this belief system when visitors arrived from the sea, killed multiple islanders with what must have appeared to be magic weapons. And then when these visitors walked around the island, even approaching the statues, and then sailed away unharmed. When you think about this encounter through that lens, it becomes a lot clearer why the Rapa Nui might have lost faith in their ancestors. But the sad truth is that the European bullets were not the deadliest legacy they left behind. The true killer of the Rapa Nui would have been something much smaller. Invisible microbes, viruses and bacteria to which the islanders' immune systems had never been exposed. Europe has always been a crossroads between many different peoples, sometimes separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles. Europe's constant wars and exchange of trade spread localized diseases across the continent. And each year the Silk Road brought fresh shipments of disease from China and India, along with silks and spices. This all resulted in Europeans becoming immune to a large variety of diseases. But although the diseases didn't affect them, they could still carry them. And for populations that had not suffered the same exposure, these germs could be devastating. In pathology, this phenomenon is known as the virgin soil effect. It's not recorded what diseases may have been transmitted. In other parts of the uncontacted world, cholera, measles, diphtheria, and even the bubonic plague swept through populations. By even the lowest estimates, indigenous populations were reduced by 80% right across the Americas. 4 out of every 5 people died, and it's likely that in the even more isolated environment of Easter Island, the effects could have been even more devastating. On other, better observed Polynesian islands, the reduction in population after first contact was as much as 90%. And so in the decades after the Dutch visit, we can imagine disease ravaging the helpless population of Rapa Nui. It's possible that the population of the island may have crashed from a height of around 3,000 to only a few hundred. The population may have only just recovered by the time, 48 years later, that the Spanish arrived and delivered a whole new dose of invisible death to the islanders. The Rapa Nui people wouldn't have been able to understand why this was happening to them. In fact, if you'd asked the Europeans of the time what caused these diseases, they wouldn't know either. They may have told you that they were caused by miasmas or bad night air, this being the prevailing theory at the time. As whole families of islanders died, the Rapa Nui must have believed that the ancestors they had so laboriously carved to protect the island had failed them. By the time the Spanish brought the second wave of disease and it began ravaging the population all over again, those looming monoliths on the coast may have begun to represent not protective spirits, but the very spectres of death themselves, and the islanders, one by one, began to bring them down. Soon, these fallen giants would litter the landscape. Now, only those abandoned moai, half buried in the runoff from the quarry, would remain upright, and the age of Easter Island's statues would come to an end. The loss of Easter Island's culture was an incalculable tragedy for our understanding of humanity. One of the reasons this is true is that Easter Island may have been one of the few places on Earth where writing was independently invented. A kind of script called Rongo Rongo has been found on just a few dozen wooden objects and tablets that have survived from Rapa Nui. Many of them are heavily weathered, burned, or otherwise damaged, and they were all plundered by private collectors in the 19th century. now scattered in museums and private collections around the world. Every modern attempt to decipher Rongo Rongo has failed, and the script stands as one of the true mysteries of Easter Island. Many of the glyphs that make up the script are representations of things the islanders saw around them. We can see the familiar shapes of sea turtles and birds, for instance. The legends of the islanders say that the original founder, the man they called Hotumatua, had brought the wooden tablets with him when he landed on Easter Island. But this seems unlikely. There is no known tradition of writing anywhere else in Polynesia, and so it's thought that Rongo Rongo must have been an invention of the islanders themselves. It doesn't seem like literacy was ever widespread. In fact, early visitors to the island were told that reading and writing was a privilege of the ruling families and priests. And some have argued that Rongo Rongo must be a more modern invention, that the islanders may have seen Europeans reading and writing, thus inspiring them to create their own script. If this were the case, then the written language of Rongo Rongo would have emerged, flourished, and then fallen into oblivion, all within a space of less than 100 years. But I think one detail of the script makes me doubt this. That's the character that shows, clearly and unambiguously, the distinctive wine bottle shape of a Jubea palm tree, a species that went extinct on the island before the year 1650, more than 70 years before first European contact. To my mind, this alone shows that Rongo Rongo was developed on the island during a time when giant palms still towered over its shores. In 1864, a French churchman, Eugène Roux, arrived on the island and described seeing a vast number of these writing tablets, although it seemed to him that the islanders no longer valued them as repositories of knowledge.
In every hut, one finds wooden tablets or sticks covered in several sorts of hieroglyphic characters. They are depictions of animals unknown on the island, which the natives draw with sharp stones. Each figure has its own name, but the scant attention they pay to these tablets leads me to think that these characters, remnants of some primitive writing, are now for them a habitual practice, which they keep without seeking its meaning.
European visitors in the following decades reported seeing the islanders using these writing tablets as reels for their fishing lines and as tools for fire starting. And by this time, none of the islanders could agree on how to read the tablets. Whatever knowledge was held in the Rongo Rongo script, the destruction of the island society had caused it to be lost. And if attempts at deciphering it continue to be unsuccessful, we may never know what the Rapa Nui people wrote down. This destruction occurred more than anything due to the final, tragic stage of the collapse of Rapa Nui society. And once again, it's not because they cut down the trees. By 1789, maps were being printed that showed exactly where Easter Island was. These maps meant that anyone with a ship could now make their way there, and for the remaining islanders, this would spell their doom. In the 19th century, the island became a common stop for ships that wanted to pick up food and supplies, and more than 50 recorded voyages are known to have stopped there. But the number of unrecorded visits may have been much higher, and as time went by, people's reasons for visiting the island began to become more sinister. In 1805, a ship full of American seal hunters found themselves short-handed. In need of labourers, they made landfall on Easter Island and kidnapped 22 Rapa Nui people, forcing them to work on their ship and keeping them in shackles below deck. When the men were finally taken up on deck, every last one of them jumped overboard into the sea and swam below the surface so the sealers couldn't recapture them. This would be only the beginning of increasingly organised slave-taking raids against the island. Soon, the Rapa Nui were understandably hostile to any foreigner who tried to land there. A Russian expedition was pelted with stones when they landed in 1816, and traffic to the South Pacific was only to increase as whaling activity drove the North Atlantic whale populations to the edge of extinction. Now more whalers ventured ever further into the South Pacific, and it was common for these ship crews to kidnap Rapa Nui men and women as slaves. These slave raids reached their peak in the 1860s, when large and well-equipped expeditions began arriving from Peru with weapons. These teams, known as blackbirders, would scour the whole island, searching through its caves and hollows, rounding up almost every single adult they could find. In total, these raids kidnapped over 1,500 of the Rapa Nui people. Only a scattered bunch of survivors, who had managed to hide, were spared. With their work done, the sailors voyaged home to Peru, and the kidnapped Rapa Nui people were put to work on plantations or as domestic servants. When news of these kidnappings got out, there was a public outcry, and a campaign began to repatriate the kidnapped islanders, headed by a French bishop. The Peruvian government was reluctant at first, but it was ultimately forced by international pressure to comply. The islanders were rounded up and transported back to the home they had been stolen from. But this only led to further tragedy. Of the 1,500 who had been taken, the vast majority had died in Peru, leaving less than 100 remaining. A further 85 died due to the harsh conditions on the voyage back to Easter Island, leaving only about a dozen survivors who ever made it home. Of these, some were infected with smallpox, and before long, this spread through the remaining population of the island. This devastating event would be the final death knell for the island's distinctive and beautiful culture. Among those taken as slaves were every single one of the priestly class, the only people on the planet who could read the Rongo Rongo script. The continuity of songs and folk tales that had for centuries carried the folk memory of the people of Rapa Nui was lost. By 1866, there were just 111 adult islanders living on Rapa Nui, 68 men and 43 women. Of these, only 36 ever had any offspring, meaning that the current indigenous population of the island is descended from only these 36 people. 2 years later, in 1868, the HMS Topaz, a 51-gun British frigate of the Royal Navy, landed on Easter Island to find a devastated population. The islanders could no longer summon the energy even to throw stones at the arriving Europeans. The British searched the island until they found what they were looking for. It was the most beautiful example of a moai ever carved. This was one of the rare statues carved not from the soft volcanic tuff, but from hard basalt, meaning that its surface details and contours have been remarkably preserved. It must have been truly a labor of love for a team of ancient artists to carve this hard stone. The British put ropes around it and dragged it aboard their ship, while the helpless Rapa Nui watched. When a British sailor asked one of the islanders what the name of the statue was, they replied that he was Hoa Hakananaya. This translates to our stolen friend. The statue was eventually presented to Queen Victoria, and it was placed in the British Museum, where it remains to this day, despite repeated requests by the modern Rapa Nui for it to be returned. As a final death blow, Rapa Nui was annexed by Chile in 1888, and 12 years later, the whole island was bought to be used as a sheep ranch. Capitalism arrived on Easter Island. The tiny population of remaining Rapa Nui were moved into the town of Hangaroa on the west coast. They were ordered to build a 9-foot stone wall around the town, and were then told they were not allowed to go beyond this wall. Virtually the whole island was now off limits to them. The only way for the Rapa Nui to survive was to work on the sheep ranch, so that they could earn wages to buy food. But the only food they could buy was from a shop owned by their employer. They were effectively imprisoned labourers on their own island. The island now became home to many thousands of sheep, who grazed its slopes for more than 60 years. And this, more than anything the Rapa Nui had done, destroyed the last remaining trees and stripped the island of its topsoil. One American visitor to the island, a company man named William Thompson, recounted seeing the ecological damage that the intensive sheep farming had done to the island's ecology.
In other parts of the island may be seen, in places in considerable numbers, a hardwood tree called by the natives Toramiro. These must have flourished well at one time, but are now all, or nearly all, dead and decaying by reason of being stripped of their bark by the flocks of sheep which roam at will all over the island.
Now the buried statues of Easter Island would stare out over the bleak and treeless landscape we have come to recognise, so different to the rich cultivated gardens of the Rapa Nui. And so a clear picture of this collapse does begin to emerge, and we can see that the mystery of Easter Island isn't much of a mystery at all. Rapa Nui wasn't the site of an ecological suicide, as we've been led to believe, but the site of a genocide. This unique and beautiful civilization did collapse, but it did so after contact with the outside world, and not before. The Easter Islanders didn't foolishly damage their environment and bring about their downfall. In fact, they made their island garden flourish. They built one of the most remarkable visual cultures in the world through ingenuity and hard work, and maintained peace on their island community. So when we reach for Easter Island as a fable or warning about our future, we should be very careful about what kind of fable we turn it into. As we move forward in facing the challenges of our own time, perhaps we should be asking not what warning we might take from the fate of Easter Island, but what its people may have to teach us. I want to end the episode by listening to a piece of music we've heard a few times already. It's an old piece of Rapa Nui folk music, performed by students at the Toki School of Music and Arts in Rapa Nui, which aims to preserve the traditional culture of the Easter Islanders for the next generation. It's the song that was once sung over the carving of the great Moai statues, and its rhythm comes from the striking together of two stones. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have been like for these islanders to watch their traditional way of life dissolve beneath the pressures of a cruel and unrelenting outside world. Imagine what it must have felt like to have your faith in the protective power of your ancestors shaken, as disaster after disaster seems to wash in like a summer storm from the sea. Imagine how they must have felt standing on those grassy slopes and watching the sails of tall ships coming in over the horizon, as the Pacific wind blew over the rolling grassy slopes, still scattered with the lowering stone statues of a forgotten age.
Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Jacob Rowlandson, Jake Barrett-Mills, Annie Kelly, and Shem Jacobs. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This is normally the part of the podcast when I ask you to support me and my work on Patreon, and I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to everybody who has subscribed to the podcast so far. But I wanted to give that time on this episode to a project that I find truly inspiring. That's the Toki School of Music and Arts on Easter Island, who kindly agreed to record some music especially for this episode. Toki was set up after a success of their ancestors and keep the culture of the island alive for future generations. While the bid to build the school was successful, it still needs funds to keep running, to cover its costs and to pay its teachers. So if you think you can spare anything, please head to tokirapanui.org. That's TOKIRAPANUI.org to find out more and donate whatever you can to keep this unique and beautiful initiative alive. For now, goodbye and thanks for listening.
Let's go listen to some mind rot. What is this? Video game mods are in danger now. I don't really want to listen to that. Do graphics sell games anymore? Let's go listen to that.
Games anymore?
I think we're moving away from insanely high fidelity graphics, chat. I had a funny observation. Also, we were just talking during dinner. I think one of the contributing factors why Final Fantasy also has been decreasing in popularity over the years with FF16 and like Rebirth is also the fact that graphics don't exactly matter as much. And Final Fantasy as an overall series,
To be fair, Final Fantasy 16 was not the same difference. Like, whenever Final Fantasy 10 came out, it was basically the next generation. It was so far ahead and above everything else that it was not even remotely close. 16 really wasn't that. The reason why 16 was amazing is that you got to play cutscenes. Like, all of the crazy awesome boss fights that you would see in like cinematics and like the previous games. Like, it's like, think of like the coolest battle from Pacific Rim or from Transformers, and there's just buttons and you get to play it yourself. It's an amazing game. But yeah,
as an overall existence,
The
like,
graphics
whole
were not
point of
amazing.
it, every
They were
new
just
Final
great.
Fantasy game is going to blow your balls off visually. All the way
Yeah.
up until Final Fantasy 15 has that been true. And even FF7 Remake to a certain degree, that shit was true. Where it's like, oh my god, the upgrade from the previous system to this one,
Yeah.
holy shit, bro. Like, Final Fantasy is the game that you buy to like justifies my console existence. Like, I buy
that's
this.
probably a good point. I think that he's right. Also, another example of I'm assuming bald equals bad. Yeah, am I right about this? I never played Final Fantasy 7. And no. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Right.
Buy this because look how good it looks.
Yes.
Like, holy shit. Final Fantasy has always gotten a lot of sales based on that relationship where people just don't give a shit about Final Fantasy, but it'll pick people up and get them to play because it's just visually gorgeous. All
Yeah.
I'm pitching is that
And
graphics
I'll be honest, I think that Final Fantasy 16 was visually amazing. You want to know why I really think, like, this is like a super meta level take, and I could be wrong about this, but the reason why Final Fantasy 16 wasn't popular on Twitch is because Twitch doesn't have the bitrate to make people be able to enjoy the game. Enjoy watching a game. Like, if I go and I watch, for example, look at this. First time, demo. Okay, here we go. This is not very good. The quality on this is very, very, very not good. And if you even go and you look at... Oops, just a second. Okay, yeah, here we go. What the fuck is this? Here, perfect. There it is. This was awful to watch, not gonna lie. Yeah. And so I think that plays a factor. That's because of the bitrate. It is. Because it looked great on my screen. It looked amazing. So yeah, I think that's another reason too.
are obviously great, obviously beautiful, obviously makes you feel like, oh, my system is worth it. This console generation specifically, I don't feel like graphics are selling games anymore, because some of the games that all of a sudden just like explode and are on top, like all of a sudden through virality and whatnot, are good looking games, but are they like the Uncharted's or something like that that really pushed visuals and all this kind of shit? Not really. Like the virality of certain games sort of blows up. It is due to other reasons other than just straight visuals. So now you
other reasons besides straight yeah, I think that's definitely true. But I think also if you go back and you play a lot of the old Final Fantasy games that were really popular because they had great graphics, they were also good games. I feel like there were always games that had good graphics, but nobody played them and they were just bad.
Get clearly amazing looking games, which is Rebirth and 16. Gorgeous games, like holy shit, dude. But they don't perform as well because people just aren't in it for the visuals anymore. And then you get something like Elden Ring, and I like this comparison. I'm gonna be
Elden Ring. God, bro, I'm so glad he's gonna say this because I got so much fucking hate for saying this, and he's completely right.
Real. Elden Ring is a gorgeous
Millennia.
game. But I just looked at the gameplay trailer, and that bitch-ass game is not graphically impressive, bro. They're like...
He's right. He's absolutely fucking right. So there are two different things. There is graphical fidelity and art design and visuals. the visuals of Elden Ring are so insanely fucking good that they make the fidelity of the game completely irrelevant. Same as Bloodborne. Bloodborne is awful. But yeah, Bloodborne, if you actually look at the bosses, they look like fucking garbage. And it doesn't matter because the art style is amazing and the lighting is great. Like the lighting in Elden Ring carries it so much.
Doing all these zoom-ins and tight shots of shit, and I'm like, yeah, this game is kind of rough visually.
See, whenever I said it, you were mad. But see, he said it too. We both can't be wrong, right?
Most games now, if you like zoom in so much and it still looks good and it's like that's important about the game, no. Games like Elden Ring and even especially FF7 Rebirth to a certain degree, you zoom in with a microscope and you get this close and you're like, wow, this game looks like shit. But then you go back from here and you're like, whoa, this game's gorgeous. Like, even Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, is that shit where it's like, back from here, this game's gorgeous. Zoom in, this game looks like fucking trash, dude. I don't think we need to do this anymore.
I think that Nintendo realized that in 2006. I feel like Nintendo diverged from making graphically intensive games. Because, like, okay, so Super Nintendo was, like, best-in-class graphics. Like, Sega Genesis was really, really good, and things in between that and the N64 were also actually sometimes better than Super Nintendo. But Super Nintendo was amazing, right? Nintendo 64, keep in mind, Nintendo 64, the name was the graphics. That was the fucking name. 64 was a 64-bit system. That's how fucking big it was. It was insane. Like, whenever it came out, it was so far and above everything else. It was insane. And so, like, SNES was the best system. What I'm saying is, like, after the GameCube comes out, Xbox blows GameCube out of the water. It's not even close visually, right? In terms of, like, the computing power, right? Like, you look at a GameCube, you know, look at Soul Calibur, right? Look at Soul Calibur on Xbox, look at it on GameCube. Time Splitters, Xbox, GameCube, same thing, right? You can have a number of other examples, too. But with the Wii, they totally said, fuck it to the graphics. Who cares about graphics? And you still have games that have pretty good graphics, like Twilight Princess, etc. But it's very obvious that Nintendo at that point, and it is insane to me
Yo,
that
Rusty,
they realized
how's it going?
that in 2006. And realistically, even before then. That is crazy.
Personally, for a lot of these games with these big worlds,
Nintendo games age well? Well, here's the best example of that. Wind Waker. What aged better, Wind Waker or Twilight Princess? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. There it is.
He's talking about all these games I've never played before.
Crazy shit that's in them. I
It's
don't
not
think
even
we
close.
need to just peer into every corner, every facet. It's making
See,
games...
he's total, by the way, Max is 100% right. Like, you cannot be more right than what he is. He is so fucking right. And this is the thing that a lot of game devs don't
swampy in
understand.
here.
Is you see them, like, focusing on, like, the facial movements of the characters. Nobody cares about this. Who the fuck gives a shit about this? It doesn't matter.
Pretty
The
swampy.
people want to play a game. They don't care what the characters' facial movements are, how detailed the flowers are. Nobody cares. Oh, the bark on the tree. Oh, it looks aged? Yeah, so does the fucking game in 2 years. Stop it and make a good game. He's so right.
take way too long to come out. If there is a problem with this current era in the industry that I personally hate, why the hell are games taking 4 to 7 years to come out?
True.
That is where shit needs to
True.
change. We do not need that extra fidelity. We don't. Where you spend so much money on this shit.
I think these people, I think they're confusing, it's not like the art assets, right? Making good art assets, that's one set of people. Making a good game is another set of people. So they're like, oh yeah, let's divert the art team and then have them do gameplay, I guess.
You're effectively
Man,
7
content creators are,
days, 9 days, 12 days.
they
I
don't
think that
always
there
know
is
what
a
they're talking
place
about.
for games like Spider-Man and God of War that have just like almost photorealistic,
It's V
or like, you know,
for
what is approaching
Vendetta.
or trying to approach photorealistic fidelity. But I do not think that should be a holy grail that people try to achieve. This should be something that is unique and like this is like a movie quality game feature, and it should not be the majority. And also movie and like interactive like like interactive games that are effectively a movie do not need to have good graphics. I played Undertale. I played The Coffin of Andy and Laylee. The graphics suck. But the art direction was amazing. And the style was amazing. The style of even Undertale, like, I feel like The Coffin of Andy and Laylee had amazing style. It was so fucking good.
Do your lethal company profit quota.
But
And
it
you're the
doesn't look-
Spider-Man 2 devs looking at that profit quota, and it's like, well, it cost us so
Ah,
much money to
it's
get
like
here.
a
And
second
where are we
phase,
at? We
but
have to
then
make that much fucking
I
money
lost
on
my
this
bubble.
shit?
Yeah.
We don't hit the quota, now people are laid off.
Fortunate.
Even though you had like a banger of a run, your game was incredible. It's like, this
There
is
we go.
not a functioning business anymore. This isn't. This doesn't work out this way, dude.
Well, it's like these
It's
companies
the
are spending
confidence what's
20% of
important.
their
If
budget
you
to
don't
go
know
from
shit about the
90%
subject, you just
good
have to talk
graphics to
confidently.
95%.
Yeah.
It's just distorted.
Oh my god.
Just stop at 80 to 85
I
to
just
90.
instantly died.
We're not really
Couldn't
going
do
to care.
anything about it. Except level
Like, I
vigor.
think
But I don't want
another
to do
really
that.
great example is Helldivers. The best clips for Helldivers are usually visual and lighting spectacles. It's not about how, like the individual like markings on the gun. It's like the combined visual spectacle.
I
of
feel
the
like
game, which
Asmongold's-
matters 1,000 times worse.
He's been getting more and more boring. I think
Looking
he's
glass at every single tiny bit
because he
piece
ran
of
out of like
everything. It isn't
Yeah.
fun for us
like
to
Blizzard
add
isn't
any
fun to make.
actual
It's not fun
elements
to
the
shit
game. I
on
don't think it's
Blizzard
necessary.
anymore
I really
because
don't. I think
they're
the
basically
majority
dead.
of games do not
So-
need to do that shit.
And also,
I feel like
another
he's
reason
falling
why it's
off.
over is because graphics are reaching.
He
a
needs to
plateau.
find
For example, like in the PlayStation 1.
Asmongold needs to find a company or a game he can shit on. Otherwise, he's just not very entertaining. Or like he needs to complain about the state of the game industry. Otherwise, like he doesn't really know what he's talking about.
An era.
But we'll
graphics
just keep
still has
listening
so far to go.
because I have
But
nothing
now,
else better to listen to.
You have games that are approaching genuine photorealism, where people can see visuals from Unreal 5 and be like, "That's real." No, they're not. Yes, they absolutely are. It's not even it's not even a debate.
And they shouldn't be doing that shit. To be real, you know what games are also like that? And they really kind of fall apart when you get that close to things. Almost all of Capcom games in RE Engine. You really look like, take a sniper scope with Leon and RE4.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's graphics suck, but the style of the game is amazing and it doesn't matter.
And zoom in and look at little spots. And you're like, this looks like shit. This actually kind of looks sort of bad. But from the natural perspective the game presents to you, it's fucking beautiful. It's beautiful. Seemingly, Capcom has
You want to know the game that really fucking does this more than any game? Is Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 graphics? Oh, not so good, huh? Not so good.
Yeah, I would assume that the
Whenever
artists
Rusty
are
says, "I
under
won't
pretty
miss,"
tight
and he gets
deadlines,
That fucking ice, that ice worm,
and they have
and
to
he blows
basically
it
pump
up,
out whatever
and then you get to hit it.
whatever the heck they can under a certain amount of
Nothing beats it.
time.
That's what it's about.
And Dragon's Dogma 2 is, I'd imagine no exception, even though we didn't really look at that game too much.
And
All I'm
judging
saying
by
is that
like
Capcom
But
has
if you
seemingly-
go back,
the
like
Dark
you know,
Souls
like that
series,
big,
they don't
the
really have
fire,
very good tech artists.
The fire mech that like they showed in the trailers.
They
and
don't.
You actually look visually.
Their
at
engine is outdated, like a lot
at
of
the fidelity,
engines out there.
It's very not good. It's very run of the mill. It's probably below average even.
Lots of
nobody
tech debt
cares.
with FromSoft. I really hope they spend some of the money that they got from Elden Ring to
found a pretty decent
relieve
balance.
some
You
of
know
that
games
tech
also
debt.
like that? Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter
Classic,
World
yep.
is the same shit. That game is fucking butt ugly
Yep.
when you stop and you just look at one spot. It's
Yeah.
fucking butt ugly. But when you're running,
Very
and
rarely
doing things,
do
it's gorgeous, dude.
Like
this
I think that the
companies
really ornate sets in
work
Monster
on
Hunter
their
World
tech
really
debt
show this off.
that
Like
they
the
accumulate.
Veltana set, for example. Holy fuck, this looks awful.
So Capcom included.
It is awesome. Oh my god. This shit is awesome. That's what I'm saying. It is an old engine. It's an old ass game on like a decade plus old engine. But they were able to pump out the best selling Capcom game ever on technically old visuals. Now
Yeah.
I go back and I look at it, and it's like the Switch is the best example of that. You know, even Monster Hunter Rise looks like an upscaled fucking PSP game at times, and it sold a shit ton, and it's insanely
Yeah,
rough.
I always can tell if it's Monster Hunter Rise footage because it looks bad. Like, if I see a Monster Hunter game and it doesn't look good, that must be Rise. Like, that's really what it is. The guy's so Capcom fanboy? No, I don't think he's he's a fan of Capcom, but I feel like he's been very critical of them multiple times. I've even seen videos of his that are critical. But yeah, I think this is absolutely true. But you care in a game like Cyberpunk, though? No, see, like, you're misunderstanding. So Cyberpunk obviously has great graphical fidelity and great quality, but it also has great gameplay. So, like, sprinkles can make a cupcake look really nice. And you would like to have a really good tasting cupcake with nice sprinkles on it. But if you had to
I think
choose between
Cyberpunk's
a cupcake made out of
gameplay is
shit
kind
with
of
really
mid.
nice
It had a
sprinkles, or
has
nice
what
cupcake with
Cyberpunk
no
has is a
sprinkles,
really good
you're gonna go
narrative.
with the nice cupcake with no sprinkles, and that's graphics.
It has a very good atmosphere, setting, and narrative.
And I forgot about the visuals of Monster Hunter when I was playing
The
Rise.
gameplay,
Also,
the
it was a
gameplay is
mod
just
for
like
Cyberpunk,
it's
because
okay.
mods will always upscale graphics, and that's again, in my
Actually, it's
opinion,
not
another
that
argument
great. Like
even
think about
for
like melee
what I'm
combat and
saying.
stuff in that game. It's
You
just
don't need to do this,
and the
because
shooting.
community will
Lots
do it
of
on their own.
games do shooting better than
Because it was
Cyberpunk.
like, well, this is great. So anyway, related
Like
to
the
Final
powers
Fantasy,
are just
all
kind
I'm
of
saying
like
is that Final Fantasy is a franchise
point and click
that has sort of been
powers.
based on the fact that every single new Final Fantasy is going to blow your balls off with its graphics and make you feel like you spent that 400 to 500
People play
bucks on your
Cyberpunk because they
console.
want to
We're
be
gonna make it
immersed
worth
in a
it, bro.
world.
From
Yeah.
the PS1 to the PS2 to the fucking PS3,
They want to feel like
even
the
PS4.
grind.
To be real, FF7 Remake and Final Fantasy 15, you're like, god damn, dude, yeah, holy shit, this feels like a big upgrade over PS3 shit. Hell yeah, this is pretty cool. Now
This maybe is like a weird opinion, but like I actually think the biggest graphical upgrade, like the biggest one, was like the PSP. Like I remember like the Final Fantasy games on the PSP. It was like, what the fuck? This is on a console or on a handheld? I couldn't even believe it. The small screen, yes.
have the smallest amount of return investment on newer consoles compared to the previous one, man. The amount of shit that has effectively changed from the previous generation to this generation to an actual relative perception is mad low. It is big, don't get me wrong. Load times and how that impacts the overall game experience is profound. SSDs, in my opinion, are where this shit shines. That shit is amazing. But to be real, all of the extra time and effort going into raw visual fidelity is not worth the time or the return of investment from the previous generation to this one. It's just not worth it. It doesn't.
He's completely right. And also, like, you can have both. Like, for example, Final Fantasy 16 is a great example of that. Final Fantasy 16 runs so insanely fucking well. And also the, what do you call it? The load times are basically non-existent. But like loading screens, I think the only problem with loading screens is whenever you have to do multiple.
I can't take this video seriously anymore. It's just a bunch of people talking about shit they don't understand. In an obnoxious YouTuber voice. The games are so complex that they really, all they're running on is confidence. Like, oh yeah, if you make the art worse, you can have a better game. Morons. Utter morons. Like the art department is the same as the game development department. The programmers and the quest designers and all the other shit that goes into making a game. Sure, they can cut back on funding for art and then they like divert it towards gameplay, but honestly, like if you don't have your gameplay down, you're just coasting on art. You just have a shit game. And if you divert resources from art to work on gameplay, then Like, man, you must have like no budget at all. These artists don't get paid shit anyway. And then they're talking about like, oh yeah, you know, you can have both the best worlds. You can have amazing graphics and good optimization. Well, that's just like a byproduct of how shit the industry's gotten. They're like, oh yeah, everyone has like really good graphics cards, so we don't have to do optimization at all. We'll just like we'll just tell the programmers to they have to get a certain amount of work done in this amount of time, and if they can't complete it, they're fired, and we'll just find new programmers. Same with like artists too. So everyone's under like insane deadlines to get things done, and like hardly any optimization happens at all. That's what it's like working in AAA. Oh, pretty soon we won't have to pay artists at all. All visuals are going to be made with AI. A lot of people are already using AI. Yeah, it's already happening. It's not a soon thing. It's happening now. But I mean, like shit companies are gonna make shit games with shit AI, so who cares? If they just want to continue being shit, continue making shit, there's always gonna be shit eaters to eat that shit. So good on them. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter what tool you're using. If you don't have the creativity to make something interesting, even like through prompting. Like imagine that you have AI and you still make like bad art. What are these people doing, right? Still no breakthrough with 3D AI either. I've been investigating. I've actually been trying my hardest to figure out how AI 3D works and trying to get it installed. I have to study some Python because it's not like an executable, right? I can't just like install it on my machine yet. I actually have to get it set up. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how 3D AI works. So far, I've seen some decent examples of 3D food, but like if you look close, it's just like, whoa. It's like what is this? This isn't food. How come how come the loaf of bread has like two sides has more than two sides where the loaf has been cut. So it's like it's been like cubed. So it's like right, it's the closer you look at AI art, it's like so easy to tell. It's AI art, especially with 3D. And like the 3D models, they don't have good topology. Like you need good topology. Even like I know the holy grail, right? The holy grail of AI art is to combine it with something like Unreal Engine's Nanite. That might happen. It probably will happen eventually. But still, that's a performance hit that you're going to have to take as someone who's developing something. Because Nanite is always going to be a performance loss. It's not going to be a performance gain. Less polys is always better than more polys. Lower texture resolutions are always going to be better than higher texture resolutions. Good UV mapping is always better than poor suboptimal UV mapping. So I think they still have a couple years to go for generative 3D models. There are cube-shaped breads. Yeah, but you don't understand. It's like a traditional loaf, but it's cut on like both sides, and then it's cut again. Here, I'll show you like what I was looking at. I'll post it in the I'll post it. Where's the bookmark? I'll post it in Project Nova Discord. You can take a look at it. You might actually. I think you'll actually be interested in it. There you go. It's called 3 Studio. That's the only one that I've seen come up with any good results so far, and so far those results have been food, like some other small knickknacks and stuff. But yeah, I've been keeping a close eye on this. So I think the only truly viable option so far right now is like image to 3D generation. Just because there's like not enough training data available for 3D models, except for like maybe places outside of like maybe like TurboSquid and like Sketchfab have libraries of 3D models that can be taken advantage of. Like what else? Because it is possible to rip models off of Sketchfab. But like it's the computing power is another issue that these people will run into. Like you need massive amounts of VRAM for AI to work with 3D. Like it already takes a long time to generate like 2D, especially if you don't have like a 30 or 40 series GPU. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that meshy one, but you have to like pay for it, so I don't really want to. I've been trying to find out like free methods. I want like another, like I have a Stable Diffusion installed. I want another one of those. But yeah, you're free to experiment with that one. I don't like with these programs, right? Do they show the wireframes? I feel like they don't. Like, let's go take a look at one of them. What's the wireframes like? Is there a wireframe viewer? Wireframe on. That's actually not too bad. It's all triangulated, so it looks like a mess, but yeah, like you see around like the arms and stuff, like it doesn't know how to remesh this in a way that it will animate properly. Also, like the textures. The texture is not great. It definitely needs work, especially around the seam here and stuff. But I mean, if you're like an architect or something, you know, and like if you're doing like stuff for ArcViz or something, and you just like you need something that like that's very far away, just like some dude or something. But like they already have that. They already have like kits for architects and stuff to use. Like if this is just like something very far away in the distance, ooh, that's rough. The fingers are gonna you're gonna have to work on that. Yeah, it's just a mess. Like if the closer you look is just a complete mess. I don't know how they're going to solve these issues without like manual like work. Just like having artists to go in and then actually fix these areas like the armpits and just like everything, honestly. Like what does the UV look like? This is just a diffuse texture, right? I don't think this has any lighting. Where's the image viewer for the texture map? I don't see it. I don't know if they have it available. Vertices, 36,000 triangles, I believe. It's not too bad. For like a model like this, it could be a lot better. But like, yeah. This is a game. This is like a game ready model for this amount of polys, but it's like obviously not optimized at all. You're just gonna have to scrap this entire 3D model if you want to actually use it as a game model. Never used it. Thought it was like a credit system like all AIs. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no way I'm gonna pay for this service. Eventually, like, there's gonna be a free version out anyway. It's like Stable Diffusion is free. There's gonna be a free version for 3D as well. So like, why pay when you can just wait a year or two and have like a nice free version that you can just have on your computer? Eventually, these companies, if they still exist after like if the lawsuits go through and they're successful, like if these companies, if they survive that and like the lawsuits go through but they aren't successful, they'll eventually have to become essentially like server farms. So basically what you're paying for is like the computing power to generate these models. So that's what they'll have to do. But like why? Why would you buy a model that has terrible geometry, has terrible textures? Like they're gonna have to work on that as well. And at that point, you might as well just like hire artists because artists are dirt cheap anyway. 3D modeling is just one of those professions which requires so much precision, and precision is something AI has a very hard time doing. Like you can't, I don't think you'll ever be able to get an AI that can create highly precise models. Like imagine an AI trying to generate the inside of a car and like doing that in a way that actually makes sense. Instead of just like looking like it looks like the inside of a car, actually generating the inside of a car, like one to one. Like it's not gonna happen. That's not what AI is good at doing. It's not what AI is meant for, like generative AI. You're just never gonna be able to do that. I can't think of a way where Gen AI can actually create precision on a level that is required for like machinery. I don't think it'll be able to do like hair either. Imagine AI trying to do like hair cards for, I don't know, like a gorilla or something. It's just not gonna happen. Anything that requires like a shred of technical ability is out of reach of AI. The sample size for stuff like that just isn't there. There isn't enough testing. There isn't enough data to sample off of. Bethesda's guns look AI generated anyway. They don't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Like why do you need AI when artists can already make guns that don't make sense if you look at them? Like we already have guns that don't make sense. These guns literally do not work. I think if there is like anything like truly stunning for like anything actually like viable for generative 3D models, I think it would have come up already. It's already been a number of years. I don't think text to model has practical use. They should focus on integrating AI assisted tools into 3D modeling softwares, like some retopo assistance and stuff like that. I'm still surprised there isn't like a one button press ability to just like retopologize a model that's like actually game ready. Like how come that isn't a thing yet? Like these people who work on AI, they're going to encounter the same difficulties and issues that I have as a 3D modeler. You're gonna be like, wait, nobody's solved like the retopology problem yet? People are still dragging out vertices and polygons by hand. have to focus. It's Melania. Oh no, Miku! No, Miku, you gotta learn how to dodge waterfall. Fuck. I kinda wanna beat Melania because she gives a lot of runes. Like in co-op. I need runes. I don't wanna farm the stupid bird either. It's too boring. Listen to another Fall of Civilizations. Byzantium, Last of the Romans. Wow, this one's 3 hours long. We're not gonna finish this one today.
In the year 1852, the French writer and translator Théophile Gautier made a journey to the city then known as Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Thanks to the new technology of the steamship that now crisscrossed the Mediterranean, he made the journey from Paris in just under 11 days. Gautier stayed in the city for nearly 3 months, and during that time, he wrote a book full of his observations. As a young man, Gautier had dreamed of becoming a painter, and he'd spent much of his life as an art critic, and so his descriptions of the city of Istanbul during this time are always infused with the language of art, as though the city were a painting he was appraising.
The harbour crowded with ships of all nations and rippled by kites
Italy is like
gliding
that.
about in every direction, and above all, the wonderful panorama of Constantinople itself displayed upon the opposite shore. This view is so strangely beautiful that it is hard to credit its reality, or to believe that it is anything but one of those theatrical scenes prepared to illustrate some Eastern fairy tale, and bathed by the fancy of the painter and the brilliancy of the gas lights in a radiance purely celestial.
Gautier walked the streets of Istanbul for weeks, visiting its markets and cemeteries, wandering down the narrow alleys and crumbling cobbled boulevards, and all the time writing about what he saw. And everywhere he went, he became increasingly aware of the vanished history of this ancient city. While the Ottoman Turks who lived there increasingly referred to their city by the name Istanbul, Gautier, along with much of the rest of Europe, knew it by a different, much older name. That name was Constantinople, and it was a city that had been at the heart of another very different empire, one that had been the foremost power in Europe for centuries. This was a power known as the Byzantine Empire, or more simply as Byzantium. Byzantium had its beginning as the eastern half of the Roman Empire. While the west of that empire fell, the east remained. It lasted for another 1,000 years after what people commonly think of as the fall of Rome. It stood and endured, and in its great libraries, it preserved and protected the knowledge of the ancients. But the ruins of that great city now littered the streets of Istanbul. Of all the ruins that Gautier visited, none affected him so deeply as the sight of the great walls of Constantinople, which had once been legendary around the world.
We would have gone along the whole outer extent of these ancient walls of Byzantium had we not been too much fatigued. I do not suppose that there is in the world a ride more austerely melancholy than upon this road, which extends for nearly a league between a cemetery and a mass of ruins. The ramparts, composed of 2 lines of wall flanked with square towers, have at their base a large moat, at present cultivated throughout, which is again surrounded by a stone parapet forming, in fact, 3 lines of fortification. These are the walls of Constantine, such as have been left of them after time, sieges, and earthquakes have done their worst upon them.
Gautier writes movingly about the masses of overgrown vegetation now growing on the ancient walls, fig trees sprouting from their towers, and vines and grasses bursting from the cracks in the masonry.
Here and there a gigantic crevice severed a tower from top to bottom. Farther on, a mass of wall had fallen into the moat, but where the masonry was wanting, the elements had supplied earth and seed. A shrub had supplied the place of a missing battlement and grown into a tree. The 1,000 tendrils of parasitical plants had sustained the stone which otherwise would have fallen. The roots of trees became chains to confine them. The line of walls raised to the sky its battered profile, draped with ivy and gilded by time.
The whole
Draped with
haunting
ivy and
scene
gilded by time.
seemed
That's
like
pretty cool.
something out of a dream, or a magical tale, as the weight of the city's history seemed to weigh down on him.
It was difficult to believe that a living city lay behind the defunct ramparts which hid Constantinople from our view. It had been easier to believe oneself near some of those cities of the Arabian legends, all the inhabitants of which had been, by some magical process, turned into stone.
As he walked the length of those walls, under the soft Istanbul sun, Gautier must have asked himself, how could the mighty walls of such a fortress city ever have fallen? How could a city that had once been at the center of the world now be home to such a scattering of rubble and ruin? And what in all the world had happened to the great legacy of Byzantium? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at one of history's most remarkable stories of survival. That's the 1,000-year epic of the Byzantine Empire. I want to explore how this civilization suffered the loss of its western half and continued the unbroken legacy of Rome right through the Middle Ages. I want to examine how it formed a bridge between 2 continents and 2 ages, before ultimately being crushed between them both. And I want to tell the story of how it was, that the impregnable walls of Constantinople were finally brought crashing to the ground. "6 million years ago, the Mediterranean Sea was a very different place to the cool, dark waters we know today. In those days, our ape-like ancestors hadn't even begun to walk on two legs. But if you were able to go back and see that time, stand on the shores of Greece or Italy, Turkey or North Africa, all you would see before you would be a hellish, dead landscape. The land beneath would drop away for 1,500 meters into a rolling desert of bleak salt flats, broken by lakes of water so salty that if you tried to swim in them, you would float on the surface. For more than 600,000 years, this deep depression in the land had been cut off from the Atlantic Ocean by the movement of the Earth's plates. And over the millennia, the seawater that had once filled it had evaporated away, leaving only this harsh, salty land where nothing would grow. But this was all about to change, in the most dramatic and apocalyptic way imaginable. This vast, deep basin
Wow,
was
okay.
separated from the Atlantic Ocean by a thin strip of land, only 60 kilometers wide, joining the landmasses of what is today Spain and Morocco. Beyond that, the enormous weight of all the world's water heaved and rocked. And as 600 millennia passed by, those Atlantic waves ate away at that narrow strip of rock. The ocean waters ground down those cliffs until this strip of land was only 30 kilometers thick, 15 kilometers, then 5 kilometers. And then at some point around 5.3 million years ago, this narrow gate of rock burst apart, and the Atlantic Ocean was unleashed into Europe. What followed must have been one of the most impressive and terrifying sights that has ever occurred on Earth. The world's ocean burst into the Mediterranean and thundered in a raging torrent down a series of waterfalls that dropped for more than a kilometer. This channel is thought to have carried more than 200 billion liters of seawater every second, or as much water as 1,000 Amazon rivers, reaching speeds of up to 90 miles an hour.
Damn.
The waters of the Mediterranean rose as much as 10 meters a day to create a sea 4,000 kilometers end to end, or enough to cover the whole of North America from California to North Virginia. This process took perhaps as much as 3 years, but some researchers believe it could have taken only a few months. The force of these thundering waters caused earthquakes and landslides that can be seen in the geological record.
This is mom's thundering
and these
thighs.
triggered mega tsunamis more than 100 meters high, or enough to completely swallow a 30-story building. This deluge is known today as the Zanclean Flood, and it's in this violence that the peaceful sea we call the Mediterranean was formed. This was a body of water quite unlike anywhere else on Earth, a vast inland sea now joined to the open ocean by a narrow channel only 8 kilometers across at the Straits of Gibraltar. Europe and Africa were now two separate landmasses, and the formation of this sea would have an immense impact on the shape and history of this region. Skull fragments found in the Apodema cave in Greece show that modern humans arrived at the Mediterranean around 200,000 years ago, spreading out from Africa along its eastern coast. These early arrivals were initially outcompeted by Neanderthals, a species of archaic humans well adapted to life in the cold climate of Europe. But over the next 100 millennia, modern humans spread out of Africa in ever greater numbers, they gradually pushed the Neanderthals out into the fringes of Europe, and ultimately to extinction. When the last ice age ended, the climate of Europe warmed. The glaciers that had covered much of its northern regions disappeared, and humans spread all the way around this vast inland sea. Societies rose and fell here through the Bronze Age, but from about the year 530 BC, one city on the shore of this sea had been steadily growing in size and influence. It sat on a temperate peninsula jutting out into the Mediterranean, and its people referred to its waters as Mare Magnum, or the Great Sea. This city was called Rome, and it would build an empire that would last in some form for more than 2,000 years. Rome succeeded because it excelled at organization, mass production, and military expansion. By the year 220 BC, its armies, armed with iron weapons and covering their bodies with iron chainmail or scales, had conquered all of the peninsula of Italy and the islands of Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia. By 140 BC, they had spilled out into the Iberian Peninsula, what is now Spain, and crossed the sea to conquer the ancient cities of Greece. The Romans found a way of expanding their territory that was financially self-sustaining. As more peoples were conquered, they provided the economic base for even further expansion. In 167 BC, the Romans captured the Macedonian treasury, and as a result, they were able to virtually abolish taxes in Rome. When they conquered Pergamon in the year 130 AD, their state budget doubled,
Far away, I think.
and it nearly doubled again after the conquest of Syria. Rome's expansion during this time seemed as inevitable as the rushing torrents of water that had once poured through the Straits of Gibraltar. And by the year 70 AD, the entire Mediterranean had been completely surrounded by its vast empire. Rome now stretched from the snowy hills of Scotland in the north to the rolling sand dunes of the Sahara in the south, from the stony shore of the Atlantic in the west to the deserts of Arabia in the east. The Romans and their subject peoples built roads and postal stations, scattering their empire with public baths and theatres, and
Not
ushering
really
in
efficient way
a
of
new
killing these
age
guys.
of
The
technological
shield is just
development.
kind of
But they also
nuts.
ruthlessly exploited the lands they conquered and exterminated any who resisted them with extreme cruelty. In the 2nd century, 5 great emperors ruled, among them the emperors Trajan, Hadrian, and Marcus Aurelius. And while wars went on at Rome's borders, a period of peace
Luckily, this
and
place gets a
prosperity
lot of
reigned
mana.
within its lands. But this age of relative peace wasn't to last, and the first signs of this empire crumbling came in the form of a devastating plague. In the winter of the year 165, Rome was at war with the Parthian Empire, a power centered in ancient Iran. Roman troops were besieging the Parthian city of Seleucia, close to the modern city of Baghdad, when they first began to experience strange symptoms. The Greek physician Galen describes these frightening occurrences.
On the 9th day, a young man had a slight cough. On the 10th day, the cough became stronger. He went up with scabs. After having catarrh for many days, first with a cough, he brought up a little bright, fresh blood, and afterwards even part of the membrane which lines the artery and rises through the larynx to the mouth.
Oh shit.
This
Oh my
terrifying
god,
new
I almost died.
illness spread rapidly through the
I think I had the
We don't know exactly
I had
what
the
this plague
carrion
was,
failings
but by
that
its description,
stopped it in
it
its
may have
tracks.
been smallpox, possibly combined with a simultaneous outbreak of measles. Whatever it was, the plague quickly spread up the rivers of Mesopotamia. In the city of Amida, where the Romans were trying to fight off the Parthian siege, the Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus describes the horrific scenes.
In the city, where the number of the corpses scattered over the streets was too great for anyone to perform the funeral rites over them, a pestilence was soon added to the other calamities of the citizens, the carcasses becoming full of worms and corruption from the evaporation caused by the heat and the various diseases of the people.
Unable to fight both the Parthians and the disease, these Roman soldiers soon returned home. But they would unwittingly lead that invisible enemy right into the heart of the empire. The plague soon spread among the Roman soldiers stationed among the foggy pine forests on the Rhine River, and then spread south along trade routes, finally reaching the densely packed metropolis of Rome. The Assyrian writer Lucian of Samosata writes about the houses of Rome standing empty, with magical symbols and spells painted on their doors to ward off the evil that stalked the city's streets. The records of the Han dynasty in China also record a period of plague breaking out around the same time, suggesting a worldwide pandemic of deadly proportions. This outbreak, known to history as the Antonine Plague, is thought to have killed somewhere in the region of 2%.
Oh, we all have that spell.
Population,
That's hilarious.
or around 2 million people. But in
Holy
the worst
shit.
affected areas, mortality seems to have reached 30
That's
or
pretty
40%.
fun. We're all
This
sorcerers.
weakened the empire at a crucial time in its history. Industries like trade by sea were utterly devastated, and the Roman military was critically weakened. As the plague reached its height, Rome's political world fell apart too. As the dead littered its streets, the violent and selfish Emperor Commodus was crowned, and the long history of Rome's decline began. Soon, rival generals fought viciously over who would rule, burning cities to the ground and expending the empire's energy in pointless, self-destructive wars. By the end of the 3rd century, the vast Mediterranean Empire could no longer be ruled from the declining city that had given birth to it. Rome was crippled by corruption, and its people increasingly suffered from a disease that the Romans believed was caused by bad air, or malaria in Latin, which we know today as malaria. In a desperate bid to get the empire back on course and end the civil wars, in the year 285, the Emperor Diocletian ordered that Rome's territory be split almost exactly in two. Western Europe and Western North Africa would form the western half of the empire, with its capital at Mediolanum, or modern Milan. Meanwhile, the eastern regions, including the modern territories of Greece, Turkey, Syria, Israel, and Egypt, would pass to a new entity, which today we call the Eastern Roman Empire.
Will it reach? I think it should.
Both halves of the empire would be governed
Yeah,
by
there we
2
go.
rulers each, creating a system known as the Tetrarchy, or the Rule of 4. It was thought that this division of power would finally end the brutal civil wars that had hollowed out the empire from within. But this would not turn out to be the case. The Tetrarchy soon fell apart, and civil war once more rocked the empire. A devastating 20-year conflict that saw the Emperor Constantine fight with his rivals over who
This place
would
gives
rule.
way too many
During these wars, Constantine
mana
made the
refills here.
remarkable decision to convert to Christianity. This was a young religion, based around the worship of a Jewish rebel protesting against the Roman occupation of Jerusalem, and this young faith had long faced brutal repression by Roman authorities. Constantine beat back his rivals, and once more united the divided empire, ruling over it as the sole emperor and instating Christianity as its official religion. And Constantine was also to embark
on what to some must have seemed like an even more remarkable decision. Constantine decided to construct a new capital in the east. He considered various options, but ultimately settled on a city that sat at the point right
Whoa, my
where
blades.
Europe and Asia met.
They're
A
hovering.
small Greek trading city in the far east of the Mediterranean. This was a city known to the Greeks as Byzantion, but the Latin Constantine would have called it by the name we recognize today, Byzantium. The vast Zanclean flood that filled the Mediterranean wasn't the only great inundation to rock this region in prehistory. In fact, on the eastern shore of that sea, around what is now Turkey, another very similar event would take place. On a smaller scale, but still no less dramatic. Around 7,500 years ago, it's believed that the waters of the Mediterranean were themselves pushing up against another range
No
of
invader
cliffs
here?
that walled off
Usually,
a narrow
Blythe
valley
invades here.
known as the Bosphorus. Beyond this barrier was another depression in the land, filled with a large freshwater lake. As the Ice Age ended and the glaciers melted, global sea levels rose. And perhaps aided by the frequent earthquakes in this region, the dam
believe I
holding
still have
back the
7
seas once again
oceans.
broke, and the waters of the Mediterranean spilled through the valley of the Bosphorus in vast and unstoppable quantities. If this hypothesis is correct, it's thought that up to 50 cubic kilometers of water poured over this ledge each day, or 200 times the flow of the Niagara Falls. The lands beyond filled with salty seawater, flooding an area of 100,000 square kilometers, or about the size of Cuba. It's thought that Stone Age people would have witnessed this flood, and it must have been a terrifying sight, one that they would tell their children about, and their children's children. In fact, along with the flooding of the Persian Gulf around the same time, this event has been proposed as one source for the biblical story of Noah's flood. This body of water would become known as the Black Sea. Today, its shores belong to the nations of Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. And that narrow valley through which this vast flood of water poured is now a narrow sea channel, which we call the Bosphorus. Here, the continents of Asia and Europe are separated by only about 750 meters of sea at their narrowest point. A second narrow channel, known as the Dardanelles, sits nearly 300 kilometers to the west, where once the ancient city of Troy stood as a rival to the Bronze Age city-states of Greece. Between these two thin entryways is the world's smallest sea, known as the Sea of Marmara. And it's right here that the city of Byzantium was founded. Byzantium was an ancient Greek colony, founded by settlers from the powerful port city of Megara around the year 667 BC.
Ah, shit.
Folklore attributes the founding of the city to a prince of Megara named Byzas. And the inspiration for Byzas's journey came from the oracle at Delphi. Modern analysis has shown that this oracle was built at a place where volcanic gases were vented
Gotta
from
watch
the
out for
earth
the cigarette
through
smoke.
cracks in the planet's crust. The priestesses of this oracle would descend into chambers flooded with these gases,
Shit.
which would send them into a trance-like, hallucinatory state, ready to give prophecies to those who asked for them. According to this piece of folklore, the oracle at Delphi gave Prince Byzas a haunting piece of advice.
You must set sail and search for the land opposite the city of the blind.
And so Byzas sailed across the sea, through the narrow Dardanelles Strait, and into the Sea of Marmara.
And there he saw what he was looking for. On the Asian side of the sea, a Greek colony named Chalcedon had been established. But Byzas saw immediately that the European side of the sea was a much better place for a colony, a defensible position with a large natural harbour. The settlers of Chalcedon had been blind to miss this perfect spot, and so Byzas had found the land opposite the city of the blind. He landed on the shore and named the city he founded there Byzantion, after himself. And the advantages that Byzas saw in the city were indeed formidable. It sat right at the narrowest point of the Bosphorus Strait, the point where Asia was less than a kilometre away over the water. This was a natural crossing point, controlling all the land-based trade that ferried between the continents. But it also controlled all shipping traffic that passed between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. On top of this, the swift currents that flowed through the narrow channel would make it very difficult for any army to attack by sea. The city's harbour was a long sliver of a river estuary, sheltered from the swift ocean currents and large enough to hold 1,000 ships. This body of water would come to be known as the Golden Horn, either because of the enormous wealth that would flow through it in the ages to come, or for the rich yellow light that would often blaze on its surface as the sun set over the sea. Pinched between the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara, Byzantion was a perfect wedge shape. Any attackers who wanted to take the city were able to approach from only a single direction, and it was a perfect spot to build a fortress that would be virtually unassailable. For much of its early history, Byzantium was not a major city, although it was a wealthy one. No more than 40,000 people are thought to have lived here during those times, compared to the more than 1 million that may have lived in Rome during its height. But it was an abundant place. The Roman geographer Strabo writes about the rich stocks of fish that could every year be brought out of the narrow channel of the Bosporus.
The horn, which is close to the Byzantine city wall, resembles a stag's horn. Into these young fish stray, and then are easily caught because of their number, the force
yeah, I
of
agree
the
with them.
current, and the narrowness of the inlets. They
Made
are
them
so
stop
tightly
moving.
confined
Yeah, okay.
that they are even caught by hand, providing the Byzantines and the Roman people with a considerable income.
But despite its natural defensibility,
Oh wait, I forgot.
Byzantium was conquered a number of times
There we go.
by the Persian Empire and the Spartan and Athenian Greeks.
Surprised they haven't been invaded yet.
It was even besieged and burned to the ground by the ruthless Roman Emperor Septimius Severus during one of the empire's more destructive civil wars. When the Emperor Diocletian split the empire in two, Byzantium was chosen to be the capital of the eastern half. And finally, in the year 330 AD, it was chosen to be the new imperial capital of the entire Roman Empire under the Emperor Constantine, as he writes in this 4th century decree.
We have resolved that it is fitting that my rule and the power of my kingdom be transferred and transmuted to the regions of the east, and that in the province of Byzantia, on an excellent site, a city be built in my name, and my rule be established there.
Let's go do this instead.
Like the ancient explorer Byzas, Constantine saw his own reflection in this golden city. He renamed Byzantium after himself, calling it Constantinopolis, or the city of Constantine, and today we know it as Constantinople. During this time, the city was also known by the informal title Nova Roma, or the New Rome. In his new capital, Constantine immediately began an enormous building project, with the goal of turning Constantinople into a city worthy of its empire. Constantine laid out a new square at the center of old Byzantium, naming it the Augusteum, with a new senate house
in a grand basilica on the east side, while on the south side the great palace of the emperor rose. The Byzantine poet Marianus wrote about the beauty of the city in these early days.
Where the land is cut in two by the winding channel, whose shores open the way to the sea, our divine emperor erected this palace. O far-ruling Rome, you look from Europe at a prospect in Asia, the beauty of which is worthy of you.
Near to the imperial palace was the vast hippodrome, used for chariot races. Its track was 450 meters long, with stands capable of holding up to 100,000 spectators. Up to 8 chariots could race on its track at one time, each powered by 4 horses each. And these events must have been an electric spectacle. Nearby was the famed baths of Zeuxippus, adorned with opulent mosaics. The 5th century writer Leontius writes one invitation to a friend that gives a glimpse of the leisurely life of this city.
On one side I have close by me the Zeuxippus, a pleasant bath, and on the other the race course. After seeing the races at the latter and taking a bath in the former,
More crafting
come and rest
supplies.
at my hospitable table. Then, in the afternoon, you will be in plenty of time for the other races, reaching the course from your room quite near at hand.
Constantinople would even create its own obelisk to adorn its hippodrome, built of square stone blocks to a height of 32 meters tall. That's exactly the same height as the obelisk that decorates the Circus Maximus in Rome. And this was a statement of clear intent, that Constantinople was every bit the equal of the Eternal City. Around the year 330, Constantine also built an imposing city wall, running between the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara, closing off the wedge-shaped city and taking full advantage of its defensible shape. The first Christian emperor claimed that an angel had guided him about where to place the walls,
Been invaded.
and he built them a great distance from where the old city walls had been.
Oh, too late.
An impressive statement about how large he expected his new capital to grow. And he was right. In the next century, Byzantium would grow at an immense rate, and by the beginning of the 5th century, the city had spilled out even beyond Constantine's ambitions. Today, we can trace the expansion of the city in the advancing rings of its city walls, growing outwards like the rings of a tree. By the year 404, the emperor in the east, a man named Theodosius II, embarked on an even more ambitious building project to protect the expanding city and build a new set of walls 2 kilometers to the west. These would stretch for 6.5 kilometers and massively increase the enclosed area of the city. But while these walls demonstrate the ambition of this expanding city, they also testify to the increasingly dangerous world that the young capital found itself at the heart of. When you look at the situation that the Emperor Theodosius faced at the time he embarked on the building of these walls, it's not hard to see why he considered them necessary. Around this time, vast migrations of people had been pushed out of the Eurasian steppes by some unknown force, and were now crossing en masse into Roman lands. And the Roman state, crippled by civil war, was struggling to cope. One writer, Synesius, summed up the mood of impending doom in a speech he gave to the Emperor Arcadius.
I didn't know he was going to turn around
around the
and
year
smack me.
399.
Everything balances on a razor's edge, and the state needs the assistance of God and the Emperor to crush that danger which has been troubling the Roman Empire for so long.
2 years into his reign, in the year 410 AD, the Emperor Theodosius received news of an unthinkable tragedy. An army of Goths, led by the general Alaric,
had laid siege to the great city of Rome 3 times, and on the 3rd time they had burst over its walls and sacked the city. While the sack of Rome was relatively constrained by the standards of the time, it was still an act that shocked the world. The writer St. Melanius the Younger, writing about 10 years later, describes this horrifying event.
A barbarian storm, of which prophecies long ago spoke, fell upon Rome, and it did not even spare the bronze statues in the Forum. Plundering with barbarian madness, it destroyed everything. Thus, Rome, beautified for 1,200 years, became a ruin.
The writer St. Jerome, a native of the Western Empire, then living in Bethlehem, wrote a passionate outburst of sorrow at the news.
O horrid! The universe tumbles, and yet our sins do not fall. A renowned city and head of the Roman Empire is consumed in one blaze.
The disaster sent refugees from Rome fleeing across the Mediterranean, piled into boats. They landed on the shores of Africa,
What is this?
Egypt, and the east. St. Jerome describes the desperate plight of these citizens.
Who would believe that Rome, built up by the conquest of the whole world, had collapsed, that the mother of nations had become also their tomb, that the shores of the whole east, of Egypt, of Africa, which once belonged to the imperial city, were filled with the hosts of her men-servants and maid-servants?
Wherever the Roman refugees landed, piled into boats, starving and thirsty, the people saw their fine clothes and thought they must be carrying some hidden
somewhere. I
wealth
have
on
it,
them,
I think.
as St. Jerome remembers.
Is it not in here?
Who would have believed that mighty Rome,
Maybe I
with
don't
its
have it.
careless
Shit.
security of wealth, would be reduced to such extremities as to need shelter, food and clothing? Some so hard-hearted and cruel that instead of showing compassion, they break up the rags and bundles of the captives and expect to find gold on those who are nothing more than prisoners.
The Emperor Theodosius was determined that his city of Constantinople would not follow the fate of Rome. And so the walls he built in the following years would be one of the most imposing defensive structures ever to be built in either the ancient or the medieval world.
Oh my god! The little
This
pots
was a
killed me.
ring of 3 walls, arranged one after the other, each taller than the last.
He
with a
doesn't
wide
have play,
moat
dude. He's
in
trying
front
too
of
hard to
him.
read those lines.
This moat could be immediately
I can't believe I
flooded
died to
on
the
demand, using an ingenious
pots.
system of pipes that ran along the length of the walls, providing
That's so
instant
funny.
defense should the city be threatened. The final, tallest wall was almost 5 meters thick and 12 meters high, including 96 towers, each at a height of 20 meters. These walls were built with precisely cut blocks of white limestone and decorated with lines of red brick, so that they must have shone a gleaming white when the sun hit them. These walls were so formidable that they would not be breached for 1,000 years, and it would take a complete revolution in military technology to do so.
We'll take a break from listening to this. We'll listen to some more brain rot. The paradox of MMOs.
I think I know what he's going to talk about. I love this topic.
Pregnancy, war, MMORPGs. What do these all have in common? They
Okay, let's not listen to this. I can already tell this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's not listen to that. It's too much brain rot for just one video. Oh my god, what to listen to? Nothing to listen to. Listen to some music, I guess. We can listen to The Unbeatable Ship's Biscuit by Townsend's. These are always good.
Imagine you're in charge of feeding 200 people. Not only that, but you are at sea for 3 months on a wooden vessel only 120 feet long. How are you
Connection error.
going to do this? A 32-gun frigate in the 18th century was a medium-sized warship. This ship is probably 120 or 140 feet long and maximum 30 feet wide, with an array of cannons on board. And this is the kind of ship that goes all over the world to take care of small problems. This isn't the kind of ship that's in a line of battle with, giant battleships all lined up, but they go on independent missions. Now, they have a very challenging environment, especially the cook. The main ship's cook has to cook for all the normal sailors on board as well as the soldiers. And he has to get these men fed in a very, very short period of time, because there is a special cook that does the cooking just for the officers, and then probably a cook just for the captain himself. Moving all these soldiers and sailors over the ocean in this rickety wooden vessel calls for a very complex and rigid system of rules, a tradition that has to extend for centuries. For all this tradition, it's amazing how many people wanted to change the Navy and to change things going on in this late 18th century. So John Cochrane writes this little book called The Seaman's Guide. But basically, this book is mostly all about bread and how can we bake bread on board ship. The standard sailor's ration of this time period was a gallon of beer, and every day they would get a pound of ship's biscuits. And ship's biscuits are the hardest bread known to mankind. You can use them to hammer in a nail. The author here thinks that soft bread would be
You can use
so
them as
much better for these
shurikens.
sailors. And how can
You can throw them
soft
as
bread
frisbees
be
and
baked
like
on
actually
board
hurt
ship?
people.
There are different problems with bringing bread on board ship. If we're at sea for months at a time, we can't bring soft bread from on land. It's going to get bad.
I
in
know, 'cause I've
just a
done it
couple of
before.
days. Certainly
I've thrown
by the
hardtack
first
at
week,
people.
It's already starting to turn green. It might
You
sound
can make
easy
people
to
bleed
bake
by throwing
bread
hardtack
at
at
sea,
people.
but we have a lot of different kinds of problems. We need to have a fairly large oven, and we need to have the materials. Flour, that's no problem, but yeast is the big problem. And he spends most of the book here talking about the problem of yeast at sea. Bread in Great Britain and North America at the time was mostly
No
baked
issue
with
with
a liquid
yeast at a
yeast that
sea.
you
You
got
just gotta
from the
bring along
brewer.
a woman.
Now that's a problem at sea. There
Problem
is no
solved.
brewer right down the street that we can go get our yeast. So
I'm sorry, that was terribly
how do
sexist.
they do this? How do they leaven bread at sea? What John Cochrane is suggesting here is called either the old dough technique or the leaven technique. And this is a bread method they were using on the continent in Europe, especially France and other places. So this is the typical liquid yeast that people would be making their bread with in Great Britain and North America. They would get this from the brewer and they would get it fresh every time. This might have a little bit of hopsy flavor to it, but mostly it's probably from ale, which doesn't have a lot of hops in it and it wouldn't be very bitter. So what happens if we can't get that? If we're on board ship,
Yeast farm.
then we can use this leaven technique, and we talked about
can't
it
call
before.
this mom
It
that
has
way.
to do with taking
You
a
can't call
lump
this
of
mama
dough
yeast
from
farm.
a bread baking that you've already done a previous day, 2 or 3 days previously. When you've done this, you tear off a specific section of dough and you leave it behind for your next day's bread, or maybe 2 or 3 days in advance. The yeast will stay alive, and he takes a long time talking about the 3 stages of yeast inside your bread. Now remember, 1797, they did not know what yeast really was. They had no way of understanding exactly its essence. So they just knew that if you used this old dough, that the yeast was still alive in that, and that it would go through these 3 stages of kind of a early fermentation stage, a standard fermentation stage, and then a late stage, which he calls putrid. Bacteria actually starts to live in it, and it gets very sour and almost, well, smelling like rotten bread. That's what happens if we just leave dough around for 3 or 4 days. It starts to go really bad. But he says if we keep feeding this yeast with fresh flour,
I'm actually doing that right now. I have some sourdough on my desk here.
Keep using it and using it and
I'm making sourdough
so
again.
that's the technique that he really wants us to kind of embrace. A technique that was used for hundreds of years over in France and other places in Europe, and even as he was speaking, was starting to be used in places like
okay. I
Edinburgh.
thought it was someone as a
I
hunter.
think the reason why in France and other places
Aster.
they're
I think I've
using
met this guy
this
before.
old dough technique is because they don't have the fresh yeast
Probably run
either.
into Aster
In
before.
that instead of drinking beer and ale,
This way, Aster.
they're drinking wine. And
Follow
they don't
me.
have access
Wait,
to that
wrong way.
same kind of yeast. So they are kind of forced to use this old dough technique. For the bread that Cochrane suggested, we have
Or you
just
can just
4
stand in the
ingredients.
doorway like
and these
that.
are the standard 4 ingredients that every real
Fine.
bread in the 18th century is made out of. We have flour,
I feel like this is
we
gonna go
have water, we
badly.
have salt, and we have whatever we're using, leaven or yeast. So I've got flour here and a little bit of salt and water.
Will
and
we be
then
able to
we're gonna
burst
take
down
this lump of dough from a
the
couple of
Godskin
days ago,
Apostle
and we're going to
in
break
time
it up, and
as
it'll
2
work its way
mages?
through our entire loaf.
Let's
To mix
see.
our bread, I'm not even going to do any great quantity of measuring, and they certainly didn't do that in the 18th century. They took a large pile of flour and they start mixing the ingredients. We are just trying to get to a certain consistency. After that's all kneaded and mixed together, we're going to set it aside to rise. And we'll let that rise for a couple of hours, maybe longer, depending on how warm our environment is.
He
And
got scared.
since this old dough,
He's like, no invasion.
it may be 3 or 4
No invasion.
generations old. It
Oh my
might
God, I almost
take
died.
a little bit longer, but that's okay. Maybe it might take all evening or an entire day. But it'll work
That's so
out
funny.
as long as we
Like
give it a
invaded
little time
immediately
and wait for
falls
that
off
to
the
cool.
ledge.
After it's risen once, we can go ahead and punch that down, knead it a little bit, and let it rise another amount of time. Generally, it doesn't have to rise quite as long that second
can
time,
always-
and form it up into our loaf. Then
I can always tell when it's gonna go badly. Just by
after
like
its
looking at the
second
host and
rising, we
seeing
can
what
put it
they're
right into the
wearing and how they
Depending on
move.
the size of your loaf, if you're baking this into a modern
Like,
oven,
yeah, this is
I'd
not
go
gonna
ahead
work.
and set it at 400 degrees.
This
and
person
let it
has
bake
been
for 30
carried.
minutes. Bread isn't
Has been
some
carried
magical
hard
stuff.
by
It is
co-op
something
all
that
the way to
just
where they
about
are.
anybody can make, and I really want to encourage everyone to try this out. It may not
Knox
be
Stella,
the
we're
perfect
here
loaf of
again.
bread like you get in the
Blue
grocery store,
Jackman.
but that's
What's
not
up,
what
Blue
they had in
Jackman?
the 18th century, and that's not real bread anyway. So what is it like on board ship when you are the cook? What is your ship's galley like? As they move into the 18th century, a special kind of galley stove comes into use, especially in the British Navy, and probably something very similar in other
I'm not a
navies.
big fan of
We
this
would kind of
staircase.
recognize
Like,
it as a stove, wood-fired, with an oven on one side and
It's
a
just
very
kinda
large cooking vessel
weird.
built
Like,
into this. This
I
is
think
a
they
very
designed it that way too.
dangerous
Like the
spot
moment
in
you
the
meet
ship.
up with
When
the
you have fire
mob
going
here,
on, and
it's like
18th
right at this
century ships
angle.
are
That's bad for
basically
like
a big
spells.
match. The
And it
vast
hits like the
majority
lip
cooking
of
on
the
board ship, especially
stairs.
for the common sailors and soldiers, is boiling. And that's why they have this large boiling vessel. You can basically fit everything you need to cook for all those 200 men inside of that vessel. Beside that, there is probably a small
Wait, where are they?
oven area. We
Oh
can
my God,
imagine
they're
this
going a different
being
way.
maybe even half the
Wait, that's
size
death.
of an apartment oven. And
Jump off this way.
possibly
Ah,
even
my
an
swords.
area so that you can roast off to the side. For smaller
Why are they going
ships
the
and
difficult way?
gunboats,
This way
sometimes
sucks.
The ship's galley is just a small
way is death.
brick hearth with the cooking vessel in that. Again, very dangerous. And if you are
There's
at
too
sea
many
and it's a rough
enemies
sea, maybe
this
you have
way.
a storm or there's just big waves, you can't start the stove at all. You're going to eat
Gotta
all
take
your
care of the
food cold. You hear
archers.
about sailors complaining about that over and over again. You might have to go days and days with no hot food. The ship's galley is usually located below decks on these larger military vessels, but on smaller commercial vessels, they might have it bolted on
Might be a bad
the
idea.
deck so that it's
Oh.
out there in the wind
Good thing I didn't
and
charge that.
sometimes in the weather, but it's also a safer location.
What to do? What
And
to do? I wish I
these
had
ship's
ambush
galleys on
shards.
these
That's what we
smaller
need
ships
here.
might only be, say, 4 feet square. Very, very small kitchen area. They were experimenting with some other kinds of cooking vessels in this time
Motherfucker.
period. They had pressure cookers, sometimes called digesters.
Shielding
but
son
they
of a
were
gun.
Very dangerous and sometimes
Wait, this is protect me? I feel
exploded
like this thing
because the
protects
people
me.
didn't know how to use
Let's go test it. If I
It's
die
very
here,
important to keep
well,
the sailors
I die.
happy on board ship. After all, without them, this ship can't sail. And especially on
Okay,
board
well,
Man of War like this, there are
if he
a lot
can't
more
hit me,
sailors than there are officers.
I can't hit him with
and
that.
food is a big part of that. So there's
we'll
a
just
lot
like
of
spend all the
tradition
freaking
in the
mana just
food
to nuke this
of
guy.
the sailors. They
It'll be worth
expect
it in
this
the end.
to
Oh my god! The
and
pain!
we would look on their rations of a pound of salt pork or a pound of beef and these hard ship's biscuits and
It's
maybe
fine.
a
I can
gallon
waste
of
the
small beer
cerulean
as
flask on that one
very,
guy.
very unpalatable food.
Where do they go?
But
They're all the way over
compared
there.
to
Oh my
the
god.
food that most standard workmen were eating during the day.
Oh
in the
my
18th
god, they didn't
century,
kill
this was
anything?
considered a very
I'm so
good
dead.
meal. Not everything they're
Zigzag,
eating on
zigzag.
board ship
Evasive
we would
maneuvers.
recognize as a complete meal.
Whoa.
And some of these were very simplistic. One of the great examples of this is burgoo of the 18th century. And a burgoo on board ship is basically
like,
a
"Nah,
kind of oatmeal.
we're done with this area.
And again,
Let's
you
just
can
go."
see how if you had to feed 200 men,
Leave the mage
a
behind. He's
giant
too slow
vat
anyway.
Of oatmeal might be exactly what you wanted to be able to cook. Burgoo is one of the simplest
Did
dishes
anyone pull
for
the-
the
okay.
ship's cook to prepare. He's just going to get his cauldron of water nice and hot and then start pouring in
Jackman.
his ground
Ike.
oatmeal. And this is something that is not only popular on board ship, but it's standard fare for just about everyone. Ship's biscuit is what Cochrane is trying to replace. This is the mainstay of the diet of a normal sailor in this time frame. And this is so popular that they would have literally thousands of pounds of ship's biscuit on board ship. This would have a lot of different problems though. It had to be made on shore months ahead of time. And it would come in giant bags that they would have to keep dry on board ship. And that can be difficult to do. So they would have special tin-lined bread rooms to keep the rats out. And even then, they were attacked by weevils. So many times your ship's biscuit would be full of worms when it was time for you to eat them. Ship's biscuit also took up a lot of room compared to just plain flour. So Cochrane said, maybe we can actually take up a lot less room if we just had kegs of flour and you could bake soft bread on board ship instead of using these hard biscuits. Ship's biscuit are also not just edible right away. You just can't eat these. You'll break your teeth immediately. They have to be soaked. Now, some sailors thought this was the only kind of bread to eat, and soft bread would actually mess up your stomach. So they would complain
I have
about
7
soft bread and want
7
hard
potions.
biscuits
Time to
instead.
use some of this
These
mana.
biscuits were very, very handy in situations where you could not cook on board ship. If you have a storm and you can't light your stove, you could feed your sailors and they could sustain themselves on nothing
Did you not pick
but
up the
ship's biscuits. I found it very interesting that his concept of using the
grace.
old dough technique or the leaven technique to make fresh bread on board ship does not take over. It does not get popular in the least. In fact, it kind of goes the other direction. That ship's biscuit continues to be used for 100 years, even more, after this book is printed. And even this old dough technique, sourdough, kind of goes out of favor in the 19th century because the industrialization of the yeast process. So yeast starts to become available in little cakes and in dried yeast. So most of the bread bakers, even in Europe, change over to manufacturing. Regardless, it's great to dig into these historical documents to understand what people were thinking in the time period, what was actually popular. So he tells us, even though he wants to change it to something else, we understand what is popular in the time period and what happens to some of these people's ideas.
I wonder if I like stand here, roll around, and then
We've
jump
got
in
the
here.
burgoo, which is,
I get like the normal
so
version of
much
Scarlet
a
Rot.
standard
Will
meal. You
the
can imagine
regen
this might be
heal
the
it up?
big meal of the day
I think it
for
might
a sailor, and
actually.
This is all they're going to have.
I think it might actually. No, it's not enough.
A little bit of
Not enough
molasses
regen.
just to sweeten it up.
It's fine though.
And
I'm
then a
immune to
plain
like the
wonderful
deadly
oatmeal. I'm not
Scarlet
sure how I
Rot.
could work all day, and that's
For
the
now,
only thing I
kind
would
of.
eat, but sometimes
Okay, that's not enough. That's not enough regen.
And now
that's
we
not
have
enough regen.
the big kind of conclusion here. The bread that Cochrane thinks they should have on board versus the bread
Spicy
they did.
water. Some
And
spicy
let
ass
me tell
water.
you, ship's biscuit is tough stuff. You can only eat it without doing any kind of preparation by breaking it into tiny little pieces and sticking them in your
that's
mouth
enough of that.
and sort of letting them dissolve over maybe a half an hour. This one's been soaking, and it's certainly soft enough. But this has been soaking for probably more than an hour.
Ooh.
And it's still
Aeonian butterfly.
kind of tough. A bread that is hard to believe anyone could survive upon. Cochrane's bread, no, it doesn't have really big voids in it. It's not your classic white bread. It's a little dense because of the way you would have to make it and how the leaven works. And you know, if we
Where does he want to
tried
go?
this
Does he want to go
over
that
weeks
way
at a
or
time,
the other
it'd
way?
probably be, you know, a good bit fluffier.
I guess this way. It's gonna suck.
But I can understand a meal.
Yeah, I have to
with
ask my
this as your kind of
my
bread.
dedicated
But
farmer friend
how
to
would
give me
you
more of
ever
these.
on board ship ever be able to make enough loaves? You would need a loaf like this per man per day. You would need to have huge ovens or spend your entire day and even night baking bread in one of these little tiny ovens. He talks about redesigning the oven to make them bigger, but even then, I can't imagine it would ever work out. And maybe that's one of the reasons why this was never adopted in the Navy.
What? They don't want to kill the boss? Yes? No? Maybe so? Can I trigger the boss? The answer is no. Probably. Ooh, right into the soup. Become one with the soup. Divest yourself unto the soup. I might as well just go. I feel like they're gonna aggro. That's a lot of damage. Oh no, it's not close enough. There we go, got him. Some loot. Another pest glaive over here. Alright, after this, I'm gonna keep working. I've been playing too much Elden Ring. Too much Elden Ring. Gotta make my own pests. For Project Nova. Also, I keep getting summoned to the Lake of Rot. Why? Is this penance for something? He's gotta watch the animation. The animation takes forever. Right? Yeah, he's watching it. He's gonna watch the whole animation. Yeah, he's still watching it. I feel like this area needs improvement. It's just like too much noise. Just gotta watch out for the pivots. You can pivot that second attack. Ah, he's almost dead. He's almost fucking dead. No, so close and yet so far. Ah! I got greedy there at the end. Could have died there. Yeah, this area is a little bit too bumpy. Ugh.
And these walls were not completed a moment too soon. In fact, as the final stones were being put into place, they would face one of the most fearsome tests that could be imagined. That's because, in the decades since the first barbarian migrations had begun, it had become apparent what was driving so many nomadic people out of Asia. That force was a people known as the Huns, and they would soon be ruled by a man whose shadow would loom over all of Europe. His predecessors had united the nomadic peoples of the Russian steppes into a terrifying force, and he would lead them west in a campaign of destruction that would have few equals. And that man's name was Attila. The Huns were a nomadic people who lived in Central Asia, the Caucasus and Eastern Europe. They were a society of pastoral warriors, living mostly from the meat and milk provided by the animals they herded. At first, they had mostly held back from Roman territory. The Romans even employed them as mercenaries, happily paying them to keep clear of its territory. But with the rise of Attila, all of that was about to change.
The 5th century Byzantine historian Priscus of Panium describes Attila in the following terms.
He was a man born into the world to shake the nations, the scourge of all lands, who terrified all mankind. He was haughty in his walk, rolling his eyes hither and thither, so that the power of his proud spirit appeared in the movement of his body. He was indeed a lover of war.
When Attila became king of the Huns, he was determined to set out on an aggressive policy of expansion into Roman lands. He broke treaties he'd formerly kept with the Romans and began to raid their cities. And the Roman army, weakened by all of the empire's troubles, could do little to repel him. Attila conquered territory throughout Gaul and into modern France, establishing a vast Hunnic empire across Eastern and Central Europe. And in the year 447, he marched his armies across the Danube and into the Eastern Roman Empire. The Eastern Romans were immediately overwhelmed. All along the border, their forts burned, pillars of smoke black in the sky. And now, the armies of Attila bore down on the center of their world, their capital, the great city of Constantinople itself. The Byzantine monk Callinicus, in his work The Life of Saint Hypatius, wrote about the dire situation that now faced the new capital.
The barbarian nation of the Huns, which was in Thrace, became so great that more than 100 cities were captured. There were so many murders and bloodlettings that the dead could not be numbered, for they took captive the churches and monasteries and slew the monks and maidens in great numbers.
And to make matters worse, the formidable walls of Constantinople could no longer be relied on. In January of the year 447, the ground shook with a terrifying force. This earthquake was the strongest in living memory, perhaps in all of the city's history. Over a period of 4 months, earthquakes and the floods they caused ravaged the whole area, with enormous loss of life. Buildings collapsed across Constantinople. The city's skyline must have been pocked and broken by fallen roofs and crumbling walls, and people were buried in the rubble. But most terrifying of all, the tremors brought down a whole section of the great Theodosian walls, the only thing standing between the people of the city and the approaching army of the Huns. For the citizens of Constantinople, this must have been utterly terrifying. These walls had taken more than 9 years to build, and now one man was put in charge of the seemingly impossible task of repairing them in only a few months. He was a prefect and a native of the lands of Phrygia in modern Turkey, and his name was Constantinus. Constantinus was new in his post, and he had an enormous task ahead of him. But he also knew that his city had one great untapped resource, that is, its immense spirit of competition. Constantinus went down to the city's vast hippodrome or racetrack. Over the century or so since its renovation by the Emperor Constantine, it had become the most important hub of the city's social life. Chariot racing in Byzantium held people's fanatic devotion in a similar way to football today. And just like football, chariot racing had become a big money business. 4 great racing teams raced in the sands of the hippodrome, each named after a colour: the reds, blues, greens and whites. And each of these was supported by, and closely tied to, a political party in the Byzantine Senate. And just like our modern sports teams today, bitter rivalries existed between these teams and their legions of supporters. Riots were common events at the racecourse, and it was not uncommon for deaths to occur when rival gangs of these hooligans met.
Oh, it's just like today.
Constantinus arrived at the Hippodrome that morning, perhaps shaking a little at the magnitude of the task he faced. He raised his hands and made a simple announcement to the gangs of racing fans he found there.
Give me a second. Here you go. Key. Alright, I'm back.
The city was in danger. These sports teams were to help with the reconstruction of the city walls. They would each be given a section to complete, and they had to gather as many of their supporters to help as they could. The declaration of a competition was clear and irresistible. These gangs went about the city's drinking places and squares, its baths and spice markets, gathering as many people as they could from the streets, telling them that the pride of their team was at stake, and also, perhaps as an afterthought to some of them, the fate of their city. In this way, more than 16,000 workers were gathered to repair the walls of Constantinople. We can imagine the frenzy of activity as these masses of sports fans climbed the scaffolding with stones, bricks, and mortar, singing their team songs and jeering at the other teams as together they rebuilt their fallen walls. This effort was so effective that in only 2 months the walls of the city were rebuilt and even reinforced in some places. A brief inscription carved into the base of the walls is all the monument that was left to this remarkable achievement, comparing it to the mythological figure Pallas, the Titan of war.
By command of Theodosius, in less than 2 months Constantinus erected triumphantly these strong walls. Scarcely could Pallas have built so quickly so strong a citadel.
We can imagine the look on the face of Attila when he arrived at the gates of Constantinople and found not the earthquake-crumbled ruin that he had been promised,
but a triple line of defensive walls, their limestone glistening white in the sun, the strongest fortification in the known world. The two sides reached a stalemate. Attila could not take the city, but the Byzantines could not beat him in battle. Eventually, a treaty was signed. The Romans agreed to increase their payments to the Huns, and Attila left the lands of Byzantium. Constantinople was saved, and the Eastern Roman Empire would survive. But for its sister power, the Western Roman Empire, the pressures raining down on it would prove too much. As the 5th century progressed, one side of the empire would stand, while the other would crumble into the earth. The landscapes of Byzantium ranged across 2 continents and over an enormous variation in temperatures and climates. These lands had always been the most populous of all the lands of Rome, the richest and the best developed. In fact, by the late empire, its eastern half had a budget 3 times the size of the west, and an army twice as large. In Europe, the heart of the Eastern Empire was always the Balkans, including Greece, and in Asia it was the region known as Anatolia, or Asia Minor, which is roughly the area of modern Turkey. The empire's European territories included parts of modern Greece, Albania, Macedonia, and Bulgaria. Here, craggy mountains covered by dense forest divide this area into steep river valleys that drain into the Adriatic, Aegean, and Mediterranean seas. The most fertile regions here are along the Danube, Europe's second longest river. The temperate regions of the north have a very similar climate to northern Europe, and on the coast, grains and vegetables can be grown, along with fruit trees like apples, cherries, figs, pears, and pomegranates. Olive trees are grown here in great numbers, surviving well on the rocky soil. Inland, there are terraced vineyards and orchards, while the higher mountain regions are used for herding goats and sheep. Across the narrow channel of the Bosphorus is Anatolia, again around the region of modern Turkey. In the west, the earth here rises gently out of the Aegean Sea and forms a fertile coastal plain where the Greeks once founded city-state colonies. But in the north and south, huge mountains loom, among them the range known as the Taurus. These form an almost unbroken wall along the length of southern Turkey, and they're broken only by the famed Cilician Gates, a path through the rocky hills, along a narrow gorge that in ancient times took about 5 days to cross, leading travellers out of Anatolia and into Syria. In Byzantine times, much of this land wasn't suitable for crop production, but the sloping plateaus of Anatolia were perfect for raising vast pastures, and medieval writers regularly mention the enormous herds of cattle, goats, and sheep that roamed here. Despite the administrative division of the empire, the Romans of the time didn't consider their empire to have been split. For much of their shared history, the Romans of both halves went on viewing it as a single entity, although governed by 2 different imperial courts. But there were significant differences between the 2 halves. The overwhelming culture of the East was Greek, and the Byzantines spoke the Greek language throughout the empire's history, in contrast to Western Rome, which spoke Latin. But the people of the Byzantine Empire never referred to themselves as Greek. Even the name Byzantine is a much later invention. In fact, until the end of their history, right through the Middle Ages, they referred to themselves simply as Romans, and their lands as Romania. Byzantine rulers were in fact greatly offended whenever Westerners,
referred to them as the Emperor of the Greeks. The people of Constantinople viewed their city and the city of Rome as what the Byzantine philosopher Themistius describes as the world's two mother cities, although, of course, he argues that Constantinople deserves just a little more credit, since it had to build itself up from nothing.
And yet of the two mother cities of the world, that of Romulus and that of Constantine, it is ours, I would say, that is in greater harmony. For she had no association with the race of rulers, and yet she became a partner in empire with the great city through her virtue.
In the year 381, the theologian and Archbishop of Constantinople, Gregory Nazianzen, wrote about how these two cities seemed like a light to the world.
Nature has not given us two suns, but it has given two Romes, beacons of the whole world. One an ancient power, and one a new, differing from each other only to this extent, that the one outshines the sun, the other the evening star, but they hold up beauty to match beauty, a balanced pair.
So it's hard to imagine how it must have felt during this time to be a citizen of Constantinople and to hear stories about what was happening in the West. While the administration of the emperor's court had moved elsewhere, in the 4th century, the city of Rome was still the symbolic heart of a powerful empire and the home of an immensely rich aristocracy, with estates all over the Mediterranean. But as the 5th century dawned, its position began to falter. Only 45 years after the destruction of the city by Alaric, a second sacking of the city by the Vandals once again halved its population, and by this time Rome's influence extended no further than the borders of the Italian peninsula. Despite its claims, wealth no longer flowed to it from the rest of its empire, and the complex economic web it sat at the heart of began to unravel. We can see the decline of Rome written in the stones of its buildings. One example is the massive Basilica Aemilia, which stood next to the Senate House. It was destroyed by fire sometime in the 5th century, possibly during one of the sacks of the city, and while the Romans rebuilt its outside facade, making sure it looked suitably grand to onlookers, they never repaired its interior. This building presented a grand face to the world, while inside it was a burned-out shell. And by this time, the same could be said for the whole city of Rome, and the western part of its empire. Excavations have shown that by the mid-5th century, rubbish was being dumped within Rome's great monumental buildings, that the buildings themselves were beginning to crumble, and that new, rough paths were being cut by people walking and dragging carts and horses through its fine gardens and monuments. By the 470s, the Roman emperor in the west, who now ruled from the city of Ravenna, was little more than an Italian warlord. Rome could no longer pay to maintain its legions, and increasingly relied on the services of German mercenaries. Eventually, they could no longer pay these either, and when one group of mercenaries known as the Heruli demanded lands in Italy as payment, the Romans refused. The Heruli rebelled, and the remnants of the Roman army was defeated in the Battle of Ravenna in the year 476. The Roman emperor was forced to resign, and the Western Empire vanished as a political entity entirely. For those in the East, watching this collapse over the 5th century must have sent chills down their spine. The writer Saint Jerome encapsulates what must have been the fear and uncertainty of that age.
What is safe if Rome perishes?
But for the most part, life in the East was virtually unaffected by the fall of the West.
In fact, Constantinople continued its expansion and rise in importance, becoming now the undisputed capital and centre of the Mediterranean world. Throughout the whole period of Rome's collapse, the East was seen as a safe haven, and it must have received an influx of refugees fleeing the destruction in the West. One writer, Paulinus of Pella, writes in his work Eucharistikos that he considered leaving the West and heading back to his Byzantine estates in Greece and Albania. His wife ultimately convinced him that the journey would be too dangerous, but we can assume that many did make this trip, swelling the population of the East and its capital of Constantinople. This was the beginning of the city's role as a sanctuary to the destitute, the city that later poets would refer to as the refuge of strangers.
Beloved refuge for strangers, queen of the queens of cities, song of songs and splendour of splendours.
But for the Christians of the East, the fall of Rome posed a religious conundrum.
Morthold,
The empire had converted to Christianity little more than a century earlier, and now destruction was raining down on it from all sides. Many back in Rome believed that this was a punishment for abandoning their ancient pagan gods, but Christian scholars in the East were busy arguing that it was just these remnants of paganism that had brought about the collapse, as the writer Nilus describes.
You have said that hordes of barbarians have often invaded Romania because everyone was not willing or eager to worship the pagan gods with sacrifices. No, however, something more distinct and unveiled. Inroads of the barbarians, earthquakes and conflagrations, and all other grievous things are occurring for no other reason than the wickedness and foolishness of the superstitious and impious men among you, who have not ceased your idolatry, but continue to sacrifice to worthless deities every day in the suburbs.
The eastern half of the empire endured the tremors of the 5th century well. It suffered some damage from the Hun and Ostrogoth invasions, but it ultimately managed to buy off these attackers. It was plagued by Vandal pirates sailing from their bases in North Africa, and nomadic tribes like the Blemyes and Nobardus in Upper Egypt. But these enemies inflicted no permanent damage. And soon one man, an emperor of the East, would go on a crusade to recover the fragmented lands that had once belonged to the Western Empire. He was one of the most remarkable characters from history, and his name was Justinian. The story of Justinian begins with his uncle, a man named Justin. And Justin was a prime example of one remarkable aspect of Byzantine society, that is, the ability of just about anyone to rise through its ranks, and even reach the very pinnacle of imperial power. In fact, Justin began his life as a swineherd in the region of Dardania, a mountainous area in the Balkans next door to Macedonia. As a teenager, he and 2 of his friends fled the chaos in the west. They crossed the mountain passes in what must have been columns of refugees, with the smoke of their homeland rising in the skies behind them. And everyone in that column had only one name on their lips, the only place in the world that at that moment seemed like a place of safety, the refuge of strangers, the city of Constantinople. The historian Procopius gives one account of this humble journey.
3 young farmers of Illyrian origin came from Videriana, determined to join the army. They covered the whole distance to Byzantium on foot, carrying on their own shoulders cloaks in which on their arrival they had nothing but twice-baked bread that they packed at home.
When they arrived at the great capital, life must have been hard. Justin spoke Latin, but only very simple Greek,
and he must have been at sea in the hubbub of different languages spoken in Constantinople. Like most peasants, he was also illiterate, but he managed to secure a place in the palace guard and rose through the ranks of military life to become a tribune and then a senator. Finally, under the Emperor Anastasius, he was appointed commander of the palace guard. When the emperor died, as so often happened upon the death of Byzantine emperors, the palace exploded in intrigue. The Grand Chamberlain, a man named Amantius, is said to have given a large amount of money to Justin, intending to buy his support. But Justin took his money and gave it out to numerous other people, ensuring their loyalty to him. When the dust settled, Justin was elected as the new emperor.
That's funny.
Justin soon reached out to his peasant family, and he brought his young nephew, the boy named Justinian, to the capital to be educated. Justinian was also a peasant, but in Constantinople he learned jurisprudence, theology, and Roman history. He learned about the greatness of the empire that had once ruled in the West, and about the circumstances of its catastrophic fall. And perhaps it's here that he began to dream of an ambitious and seemingly impossible project. This he would later call the Renovatio Imperii, the restoration of the empire. Justinian became emperor after his uncle's death, and he set about the job of ruling with enormous energy. He became known as the emperor who never sleeps, but his reign was not without controversy. He married a lower-class woman named Theodora, a courtesan with a lascivious reputation, and this caused great scandal across the empire. The contradictory and contrasting ways that Justinian has been portrayed are nowhere better shown than in the writings of the scholar Procopius. Early in his life, Procopius writes about Justinian and Theodora as a pious and dedicated couple. But later, he also wrote another text, entitled the Anecdota. This was a scandalous tell-all about the true Justinian and Theodora, a text that has come to be known as the Secret History. In his Anecdota, Procopius portrays the Emperor Justinian as a cruel, incompetent ruler.
He committed numberless murders through his notion of piety, for in his zeal to bring all men to agree in one form of Christian doctrine, he recklessly murdered all who dissented therefrom under the pretext of piety. For he did not think that it was murder if those whom he slew were not of the same belief as himself.
Procopius even goes so far as to claim that Justinian and his wife had been possessed by evil spirits, and recounts tales of them wandering the palace without their heads.
And some of those who have been with Justinian at the palace late at night, men who were pure of spirit, have thought they saw a strange, demoniac form taking his place. One man said that the emperor suddenly rose from his throne and walked about, and immediately Justinian's head vanished, while the rest of his body seemed to ebb and flow, whereat the beholder stood aghast and fearful, wondering if his eyes were deceiving him.
Justinian's reign was also marred with riots. In the year 532, the famous chariot racing factions of Constantinople, those rival gangs who had helped to rebuild the city's walls against the advance of Attila, joined forces once again to rise up in the streets against what they saw as the corruption of Justinian's rule. They marched through the streets of the capital, setting fire to the city and chanting the word Nika, Nika, the Greek word for victory. These riots became known as the Nika riots, and they were so severe that the emperor considered fleeing by sea. During the riots, the old church that had stood on the hill beside the imperial palace burned to the ground, and Justinian's reaction was brutal. In the next few days, he ordered the crushing of the riots by the army.
Procopius records that 30,000 citizens of Constantinople were killed during this repression, and the sands of the Hippodrome were stained with their blood. Whatever the truth of Justinian's character, we can at least be certain that he was ambitious. In the wake of the riots, he resolved to rebuild the city, and in the blackened ruin of the old church, he ordered plans to be drawn up for a new cathedral that would rival St. Peter's tomb in Rome. What resulted was one of the world's most remarkable buildings. Columns and other marbles were brought from all over the empire, and more than 10,000 people were employed in its construction. Its vast dome rises 55 meters above the ground, with a span of 30 meters. This is the Church of St. Sophia, more commonly known by its Greek name, the Hagia Sophia, and today it's one of the most recognizable landmarks in the world. Justinian was also determined to increase the economic potential of his empire, and one of the ways he did this was through perhaps history's first act of corporate espionage. That's the theft of the secret of silk from China. As we discovered in the last episode, for centuries, silk had been the sole reserve of Chinese craftsmen. The product of their silkworms had spread throughout the world long before any diplomatic contact with China was established. But in the year 551, two Byzantine monks who had been preaching in India made their way to China and observed the intricate methods used in the raising of silkworms and the production of silk. They hurried back to Constantinople and sought an urgent audience with the Emperor Justinian. They told him that they had found the source of the miracle material silk, and the emperor was impressed. He offered them a great fortune if they were able to smuggle some of these mysterious worms back to the capital. The monks set out once again, likely travelling along a northern route along the Black Sea. They would have passed through the Tarim Basin and the Taklamakan Desert, through the Gate of Jade, and down the Hershey Corridor, into the heartlands of China. With them, they carried bamboo canes, hollowed out on the inside with hidden compartments. In China, they convinced others to smuggle the silkworms out for them, likely in the form of eggs or very young larvae, since adult silkworms are very delicate and easily killed by temperature variations. The entire expedition may have taken up to 2 years, but they eventually returned successful and established a breeding population of silkworms on the other end of the Silk Road. Their actions began a Byzantine trade in silk, with silk factories setting up in Constantinople, as well as Beirut, Antioch, and Thebes. The Byzantine Empire quickly established a monopoly on silk in Europe, and this formed one of the bases for their economy throughout the medieval period, swelling the wealth of Byzantium to unprecedented size. By the early 6th century, the city of Constantinople was unmatched around Europe. It had constructed the longest aqueduct in the ancient world, winding for around 250 kilometers through the countryside. The early emperors had also supplemented the city's defenses with another series of defensive walls, more than 60 kilometers from the capital, known as the Long Walls. These stretched 56 kilometers from the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara. But the Emperor Justinian had even greater ambitions. He wanted to recover all the lands of the Western Roman Empire and restore Rome to its ancient size. And he would be incredibly successful. Justinian never took part in the military campaigns he ordered. He left that to a talented general named Belisarius, and from his throne in Constantinople,
Justinian watched as the lands of old Rome fell once more under his banner. The general Belisarius marched across North Africa and conquered the Vandals who still occupied it in only 9 months. Then he set his sights on Italy, where an Ostrogoth king still ruled. Belisarius swept into Italy and laid siege to Rome itself, encircling it for over a year, and finally marching through its gates in the year 536. When Belisarius marched into the city of Rome, he would have seen a place much faded from the greatness of its past. 2 large earthquakes in the 5th century had damaged many of its great buildings, but its aqueducts were still running, and its baths still functioned. Gladiators and animals still fought in its Colosseum, and a threadbare population had begun to reclaim some of their importance in the region, if nothing like the European empire they had once ruled. For the Emperor Justinian and Belisarius, Rome was the ultimate symbol of the revitalized empire, and they would not give it up for anything. The Ostrogoth king who ruled over Italy, a man named Vitiges, quickly responded, marching on Rome with an army of his own. And now it was the turn of Belisarius to be under siege. The Ostrogoth king offered him and his men safe passage if he left the city in peace, and Belisarius responded with this reply.
It was you who trespassed upon this city in former times, though it did not belong to you at all. And now you have given it back, however unwillingly, to its ancient possessors.
After
and
this
whoever
go
of
up.
you has hopes of setting foot in Rome without a fight is mistaken. For as long as Belisarius
Getting
lives,
late.
it
Sorry,
is
at like
impossible
5
for
hours
him
now.
to relinquish this city.
Ultimately, the Romans succeeded in holding the city. But this was only the beginning of a long and costly series of wars in Italy. In the years that followed, the city of Rome would be besieged and captured a further 3 times, each time more brutally and more costly than the last. But finally, the Ostrogoth hold on Italy collapsed, and the Byzantine Empire reclaimed the Eternal City for the Empire of Rome. But there was a tragic irony to this situation. In trying to return Rome to its empire, the Byzantines had done immense damage to the city. In the wars of Belisarius, perhaps as many as 90% of all Rome's citizens had either been killed or fled the city, leaving a population of perhaps only 30,000 people. The inhabited area of the city was reduced to only 1/10 of its previous size, and of the 13 great aqueducts that had once carried water directly into the city, only 2 remained in operation. If there had ever been hope of Rome rebuilding the glory of its ancient past, then the Byzantines had ended that hope forever. And the conquests of Justinian, though remarkable as achievements in themselves,
Subterranean
were
shunning
short-lived.
grounds.
The Byzantine Empire simply didn't have the resources to maintain such a large territory for any period of time. The Gothic wars drained its wealth and distracted its military. And in the 540s, another plague spread throughout Europe, weakening it even
The
further.
laggy subterranean shunning
The so-called
grounds.
plague of Justinian may have killed anywhere between 25 to 100 million
my
people
God.
over the next 2 centuries. Modern science has confirmed that it was caused by a strain of the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the same organism that caused the Black Death in medieval Europe. The outbreak in Constantinople is thought to have been carried to the city by infected rats
Dude, that is
on
so
grain
funny.
ships
Just like
arriving
running through
from
all
Egypt.
the mobs.
And the Emperor
Gotta get to
Justinian
the
is even
boss
reported to have contracted the
at all
disease,
costs.
although he was one of the approximately 50%
Okay, we'll do one
of
more.
people who would recover. Procopius records that at its peak,
The plague was killing 10,000 people in Constantinople every day. And of course, he blames Justinian for its arrival.
The plague began to rage and swept away nearly half the survivors. Such were the disasters that afflicted mankind from the day when Justinian first commenced to manage the affairs of the kingdom, and after he had ascended the imperial throne.
Millennia.
Procopius
The
also
white
reserved
mask.
harsh words for
This
the
is
way
not going to end
Justinian
well.
reacted in the face of this plague, and his unwillingness to offer support to the stricken peasants of the empire.
When pestilence swept through the whole known world,
No poise
and
damage on the
notably
whips.
the Roman Empire,
He's
wiping
not
out
going to be able to
most of the
trade with
farming
Melina.
community and of necessity
Millennia.
leaving a trail of desolation in its wake, Justinian showed no mercy towards the ruined freeholders. Even then, he did not refrain
Kratos
from
Doritos.
demanding
He's
the
in
annual tax.
AFK? Possibly.
The plague weakened the Byzantine Empire at a critical point, when Justinian's armies had nearly retaken all of Italy and the western Mediterranean coast.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
Soon,
He's
the
probably
Germanic
seeing
people
Kratos.
known as the Lombards invaded northern Italy, defeated the small
Oh
Byzantine
my god, I cannot
army
switch my
left,
weapon. He's a little
and
message.
established their own kingdom. The dream of resurrecting the ancient empire was dead. In the 550s, 2 earthquakes shook the capital of Constantinople, and in an event that seemed redolent with symbolism, the great dome of the Hagia Sophia cracked. In the year 558, a final earthquake caused the dome to collapse entirely. To the citizens of Constantinople, this devastating event must have seemed like the final judgment of God on an emperor who had such lofty ambitions, but had in the end fallen so short. Justinian died in the year 565, having left no children.
Oh shit.
He was buried in a
Yeah, I
grand
knew it was gonna end
mausoleum
well.
in the Church of the Holy Apostles. And the
Every
emperor
time I
who
see a
followed
white
after
mask,
him
I
would
know
reap the
they're just
consequences of his over-ambitious conquests.
they're just following some YouTube guy.
Justinian had inherited an imperial treasury
Alright,
of
guys,
29
that's it
million gold
for
coins, but his wars
tonight.
had all but emptied it.
We'll be
In the
back
east,
tomorrow for
Byzantium
some
was
more
now under pressure.
work. Hopefully there's fun stuff to listen to.